Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody is doing well. SOT family, Shalom, Shabbat Shalom. The water for everyone that tunes in and contributes, and whether you're contributing with your time, your ears, your resources, whatever you guys are bringing to the table is appreciated and welcome. Also, shout out SOW family, Rochester, Virginia,
Is that
Houston.
Noel?
That's Noel.
What's up, Noel?
Shalom, Hakim.
Shalom, Hakim.
Shalom, everybody. How y'all doing today?
When you come down again, it'd be good to see you, bro.
Khan. So shalom and peace and shalom to everybody. We're going to send our prayers to the Most High. Get the Most High is just due and his respect. So, Amajim, Panya, you're right. Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Y'all first, right?
Huh?
Y'all first.
I'm tripping.
Sorry about that, sir.
I'm tripping. That's a war in Iron's fault. Okay?
Slacks.
That was on me.
Slacks.
Barak Yahweh by Shem Shot.
Rock the Yahweh by Shemel Shot.
Let's on the now. A war. Say what? The water.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Barak Yahweh by Shem Shot.
Rock the Yahweh by Shemel Shai.
Nothing to know. Raya. Naya Chacham. The water.
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
There we go. Barak Yahweh by Shem Shai.
Rock the Yahweh by Shemel Shai.
Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat. By Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyanya, Ahoyam, Ayab, Yabu'ah, Isaiah, Yabu'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, La'ab, Yanathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'ab, Nawam, Shashamaya, Anam, Yala'ab, Nawam, Wala'ab, Yeshon, Shasha Mars, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Al, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ab, Hakayab, Bayawam, Wala'ab, Halabanab, Balayalab, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Makal, Rai, Yashamar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Awalakia, Wabu'ayam, Ma'aitham, I will Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayim Nawa. Yahweh. Achad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power is one.
The Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemkah, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Kaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ra'arataza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Lethalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam. Wasalachnawa. Chawafnawa. Kasalachnawa. Chawafnawa. Wala'a. Tabiyanawa. Banasawan. Abo. Kawashanawa. Mayan. Wai. Kaya. Laka. Amalakwa. Waha'ara. Wahatapara. Amen.
Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten commandments. La'ayahaya. Laka. Alahaya. Achayim. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
Let me change it up.
Gotcha.
La'a. Ba'ina. Laka. Pasal. Wala'a. Ba'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Falach wachat. Sham. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. La Kodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. Taratazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Tana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a. Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Ta'ina. Shakwa.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Ta'khamad. Call. Ashara. La Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not cover anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Nothing to know.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the law.
Israel, Yeshabim.
Take seats.
All right. So, last week we dealt with obviously Nicanor and the fall of Nicanor by the grace and will of the Most High, and how this battle with Nicanor, I think the numbers were like 8 to 10,000 versus 1,000. The numbers were 2,000. It depends on the writing. Josephus says 1. The Apocrypha says 2.
Yes, sir.
But it's semantics. The point is the odds were still highly against us. And the Most High had favor on us again. And if you sit back here and keep score, I don't have the literal year count. But this is multiple years of fighting wars against these damn Greeks. And it's like these Greeks just love killing. And they live to fight. And this is kind of where you read in 1 Maccabees chapter 1, when the Greeks come into power, evils are multiplied on the earth. The evils being multiplied on the earth is just the constant bloodthirst, the constant desire for more. Because the funny thing is, I was reading about the Spanish Empire, the one that came into power in the late 1400s when they kicked out all the Jews to Africa,
yeah.
And they kicked out the Moors too in Africa, and how their ascension into power, and whether it's them or it's the Brits or anybody else, they just had this insatiable desire to live high on the hog, to sit back and live over their means, buy and purchase everything extravagant. But the problem is, when you're living that extravagant and excessive, you got to keep taking. You got to keep taking to keep getting.
Somebody has to somebody has to carry the burden of the luxury.
And it's the same thing now. It's the same thing back with the Greeks. It's the more you want, the more comfortable you want to be, Somebody has to suffer to balance out life. Somebody got to pay for your comfort. And this is why the Greeks kept going to war and fighting for expanded territory, because you got to keep paying for military. You get the military is what you need to make sure people pay their debts and pay their tributes and pay their expenses. So the Greeks' insatiable desire for war is like, and we'll joke, a part of their hunger is unexplainable, because they got to keep taking and fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
But you're seeing the power of greed.
The power of greed, and the Jews are just, Judas and his men are just being exhausted by onslaught after onslaught after onslaught of war, and they're getting kind of beat down. And you can see by what Judas does next that the effect of wars and wars and war. Listen. Let's be honest, Doc. Whether it's now, whether it's back in the day, it's very difficult to keep men fighting and to keep men strong. It's not easy. It's not easy to keep men inspired. It's not easy to keep people fighting. It's not easy to keep men constantly pushing themselves last and putting their life on the back burner so others can sustain themselves. It's just, it wears you out. And a perfect example of it. Well, let's do this. Let's go back.
Alexander. Remember Alexander? He kept trying to continue his
his policy, and even his men were tired. And these men love to kill.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of tying into like how the Greeks were fighting consistently just to maintain their realm. It's constant wars, constant fighting, constant subjugation, and that can wear on you. Hell, look at the level of intensity that we operate in as a camp, and how every day feels like the end of the world. And just give 2 or 3 weeks of like bad delivery runs. There's 2 weeks of slow mall totals.
Yeah.
2 weeks or 3 weeks of moves being slow. Then the sky's falling, and psychologically, that wears on you. Aban.
Hey.
I need you up. This isn't nap time. So, let's go here real quick. Josephus, book 12, chapter 10, and it is chapter 10, paragraph 5. We're going to read this because we didn't read this last week. We went over the actual story in the Apocrypha, but I want to go over this paragraph real quick to give us a glimpse into this last battle and the subsequent effect of this last battle on Judas and his men. So read this in the Josephus. Kariah, let's get you. No matter of fact,
We're a
little bit. Elisha, let's get set up.
Elisha, Shoshabatar, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal.
Elisha, Shoshabata, Ban Rabban, Ban Yashal. I'm at you. Yahweh Hashem Hashem Akita.
Yahweh Hashem Shabakatam. So when Josephus?
Josephus.
This is a relevant concept anyway. And relevant
Book 12,
333.
chapter 10, paragraph 5.
We're dealing with the greed of Esau, the beginning of their kingdoms, and how Israel has to fight to keep their will. Fight to keep the will of the Most High going.
Okay.
Fight to keep their will going in the service of the Most High. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Come. The Antiquities of the Jews, Book 12, chapter 10, paragraph 5. And when Nicanor came down from the citadel into the temple, some of the priests and elders met him and saluted him and showed him the sacrifices which they said they offered to the Most High for the king, upon which he blasphemed.
First of all, what were the Jews doing at? We were trying to be on our best behavior, we tried to use the same tactic we used with
Alexander.
No, not Alexander. Well, Alexander and with Ptolemy Philadelphus. Let's sit back here. We're going to sacrifice animals for you. We're going to sit back here and do all these good works for you. Let's show you how pious and spiritual we are. But you know, the Most High wouldn't have it that.
I respect that.
You know why?
Why
would the Most High sit back here and put a spirit on Nicanor to respect that when the entire city wasn't unified?
It's fake.
In the Most High's eyes, the body wasn't unified. You had a strong faction of men that didn't believe in that. You had Alcimus, and it wasn't just him, it was a large subdivision of people. It wasn't about that temple stuff.
Yeah.
So you might have had a handful of guys that are pushing the temple thing. The Most High wasn't honoring it, and he used Nicanor to express that he wasn't with all this sacrifice for the nation stuff. Now, what we're going to read down the line, it worked for the Romans because we were more whole as a group, and there was more solidarity amongst the nation.
So the prosperity of our nation is based off the solidarity
of the people
of the nation.
Because the Most High will have mercy on us if we're unified as a body.
Yep.
That's why the scripture says, "Kingdom divided against each other is what?
Shall not
It should be brought to desolation, or it shall not stand." It's either way. It's the same concept. So Nicanor is blaspheming the sacrifices that we were making for the Greek Empire. But don't forget, they worked for us when we were doing that for King Cyrus, the king of the Persian Empire. When we sat back and made sacrifices for Cyrus, Cyrus received that the right way and allowed us to have our sovereignty. Not sovereignty. We were a vassal, but they gave us religious independence.
And we were over the Egyptians, right?
Well, no. This is talking about Cyrus. Talking about Cyrus. Cyrus is the Persian Empire. So they gave us religious sovereignty in Jerusalem. Okay, so now we're here, and Nicanor is not buying this stuff. So he blasphemes, and he doesn't respect.
Not respecting us.
He's like, forget this damn sacrifice.
We're the Jew.
He's like, I don't give a damn about your lambs that you sacrifice for me. I'm gonna sit back and take this city down, whether you like it or not.
He wants something.
Well, he's like, listen, either you sit back here and hand me Judas on a silver platter, or I'm tearing down your temple. So read on.
Upon which he blasphemed and threatened them, that unless the people would deliver up Judas to him, upon his return he would pull down their temple.
And that was shaking everybody.
Oh, bro.
And we're going to take out your temple
again
if you don't sit back here and give us this guy. Now, we at least had enough love for Judas not to sell him out. But we didn't have love enough for Judas for us all to fight on the same cause. When you sit back, think about this. Why would the Most High honor us if only 1,000 guys were ready to fight for the nation?
No way.
Why would he bless us?
No, 1,000.
We only had 1,000 guys to fight for the sovereignty of the nation. Think about how bad that is.
I mean, there had to be a lot of Israelites.
Listen, they weren't all dead because of Antiochus Epiphanes. They were people living there. They were black men in the city. They were Benjamite men in the city that just didn't want to do it. Because you know what they were saying? It's not my problem.
Yep.
Nicanor don't got a problem with me. He gonna say what Ali said about the Viet Cong. Viet Cong may try to fight me. I ain't going to fight the Viet Cong.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, listen, I ain't fighting Nicanor. He ain't got a problem with me. Yeah. This is the thought. This is the sentiment. Yeah. A lot of times when you stand up on principle, and then your neck is out there in the wind, guess what? Prepare for your neck to be out there in the wind. Because when you know what hits the fan,
it's you.
Israel ain't gonna sit back here and back you. It's important to say that. When Christ was sitting back here standing on principle, even his 12 disciples didn't stand up behind him. Yeah. Did they? Peter was like, man, I don't know that man. I don't even know that man. 3 times. Before the sun came up, before the cock crowed.
Didn't you walk on water with him?
No, I wasn't there. I was a fisherman. Captain, I get fish. I get the fishies. I don't mess with that man. Yeah. He's a rebel.
Wow. Man.
Why is this important for us to understand? Because a lot of us come into this with this idea of unity. But when you get knee deep into this, you realize you're in it for the Most High until things get thick and then people get scared. People get antsy. People get antsy. People get worried. People are afraid to lose. And when people are afraid to lose, there's only a handful of people that are willing to live or die for this. Don't forget that. Continue.
It says, line 4:7. And when he had thus threatened them, he departed from Jerusalem. But the priests fell into tears out of grief at what he had said, and besought the Most High to deliver them from their enemies.
Now listen, you had a faction of Israelites that just thought the Most High was going to come out the sky and send a blessing. Listen, whether it's the scribes, whether it's the priest, this is how they've been operating. There's an ideology that you just have to sit in your Bible school and good things happen to you. This is an important thing we got to understand also about serving the Most High. If they just would have sat here and not did nothing, would the Most High have come through for them? That's a real question you got to ask yourself. You got to really dig into this information. You had scribes and priests that just stayed in the temple and prayed all day long. Why am I even expressing this? Because let's be honest. When this thing collapses, there's going to be questions we got to ask ourselves. Are we going to pray and ask that food appears out of the sky? And we have weapons and things to protect us in case foreign invaders come in? Is prayer enough? These are real things. So let's continue.
Right. But now Nicanor, when he was gone out of Jerusalem and was at a certain village called Bethoron.
Yeah, Bethoron.
Mm-hmm. He there pitched his camp. Another army out of Syria have joined him.
So now it was not just Nicanor, and then he had a group of Syrian mercenaries came in to load up their army to get ready to do a siege on Jerusalem. So don't forget, the intention was to go into Jerusalem, destroy the temple, and pull out Judas out of the citadel and force him out. That was the plan. Read on.
And Judas pitched his camp at Adasa.
Now listen, that alone shows a tremendous amount of what? Courage. Why was it a tremendous amount of courage?
Good question.
He could have sat back here and stayed in the citadel and been afraid. He could have stayed in the citadel in a fortified area of Jerusalem and waited it out. But at the risk of destroying the temple, at the risk of destroying the people in Jerusalem that wasn't even going to fight to protect him and look out for the nation. So he sat back here and stuck his neck on the line in a plains area outside of Jerusalem for people that don't even give a damn about him. Think about how honorable that is. He could have sat back in there. If you look at the picture online, he could sit back here. You see Acra. Acra was this fortified building right below the temple, in which he would have made Nicanor really work for this. You want to kill me? You got to work for this. You have to go in here and set up battle engines of war and break this thing down.
And waste resources and time.
And so we can figure this out and buy time. But Judas was like, no, you know what, man? Forget this. If we're going to go down, let's go down and get away from the city so we can sit back here
and pull destruction away from the people.
And pull destruction away from a people that wasn't even trying to back them up.
It's really a Christ move on the real.
And a lot of times we don't go into these specifics, but you got to paint a picture. Look at the moves and look through them so you can have a better understanding of why men make these moves. It was an honorable move to save the people and the citizens that wouldn't do it for him. Okay? So read on.
It says, another village which was third. I'm going to read up. And Judas pitched his camp at Adasa.
You got it.
Another village which was 30 furlongs distant from Betharam, having no more than 1,000 soldiers.
So listen, he only had 1,000 soldiers, maybe 2,000. You know how demoralizing that is for the men you got? There's only 30,000. I mean, there's only 1,000 guys that is fighting to protect. Think about what's at stake. The temple wasn't necessarily at stake. The temple was going to be maybe allowed to just stay up there if Judas and them fought and died. But what was at stake if Judas didn't fight? Do I remember from last week? Remember Alcimus, that wicked high priest?
Yeah.
He was about to sit back here and really get leverage in the city and make Jerusalem go Greek again.
Yeah.
That's what was at stake.
He was waiting in the wings.
Well, he had power. Alcimus still was the high. Think about this. Alcimus was the high priest that didn't do high priest stuff.
Yeah.
He was the top priest. He just wasn't pushing the priestly thing. You had priests under him that kept doing the work of the priesthood.
So let me get this right. He was a corrupt authority figure, like the kings in the king times were corrupt.
Yes, because at the time the high priest was the king. Remember, in Ptolemy Philadelphus called Eleazar their king. Eleazar was a high priest. He was referred to as the king of the
It's the
temple.
same thing, right?
So Alcimus was the top guy. And Judas was fighting to make sure that not the physical temple was standing, but the freedom to believe and serve the Most High was standing. And only 1,000 people fought to make sure that the teaching and the pushing of the Most High's doctrine was settled. It's a reminder and a humbling reminder that you're going to feel alone when you stand up for what's right. I don't care how good your intentions are. It's a lonely path to do the right thing because most of us don't have the spine to take the real risk. Most of the people in Jerusalem would rather just compromise to the Greek way and just survive than stand up, risk your life, and die for honor. It lets you know how much we diminished and how much we stopped caring about honor. We've been going over honor and shame on Monday's classes. Shows you that we stopped giving them about honor a long time ago. And it was just about survival. Because if it was about honor, everybody in the surrounding cities would have fought too. It's almost like if you're not directly affected by it, are you going to do it? It's like an out of sight, out of mind thing, but knowing indirectly that if you do ignore it, it will come to your city. Eventually. So it was directly happening about to change Jerusalem, and you only had 1,000 guys fighting. And it was indirectly going to happen to everybody around the cities that were Israelites. And they still didn't care. Because living and being comfortable was more important than risking it all and fighting for your nation's spiritual sovereignty. It's important to explain to people. Let's keep going.
When he had encouraged them not to be dismayed at the multitude of their enemies, nor to regard how many they were against them.
Listen, this is another one of those damn hype stories, hype councils. You got to keep hyping up 1,000 men to be embraced, to embrace taking a possible L, a legitimate L. So Judas is sitting back here once again, having to exhort and inspire the Jew to fight a battle that is difficult and uncomfortable. And once again, it's letting you know how there's only a handful of men around that can live a life that's in constant discomfort. The truly strong are very small. That's why the Most High says the harvest is plentiful. What is the harvest in this regard? The national sovereignty is the harvest. The harvest in this regard is national sovereignty, peace in your city, the ability to keep a connection with the Heavenly Father, as long as the majority of the group buys in to pleasing the Most High. That is a significant accomplishment if it can be done. But the people that put the work in to get it done are always small. The people who do the real work, make the real sacrifices, take the real losses, you don't get that number that's very large because most people are afraid to take the loss and lose. But let's continue.
God. And when he had encouraged them not to be dismayed at the multitude of their enemies, nor to regard how many there were against whom they were going to fight, but to consider who they themselves were, and for what great rewards they hazarded themselves, and to attack the enemy courageously, he led them out to fight, and joining battle with Nicanor.
Read on. You on.
And joining battle with Nicanor, which proved to be a severe one. He overcame the enemy, and slew many of them, and at last Nicanor himself, as he was fighting gloriously, fell. Upon whose fall the army did not say.
So as soon as in the army, it was mostly soldiers of fortune, mercenaries. When they saw Nicanor the captain die, everything scattered. So everybody started battling out, doing their thing, and I think it was a 22-mile run or hike to get back to your camp. So they were exposed. So let's keep going.
Now, upon whose fall the army did not say, but when they had lost their general, they were put to flight and threw down their arms. Judas also pursued them and slew them.
Which he was supposed to do. Read on.
And gave notice by the sound of his trumpets to the neighboring villages that he had conquered the enemy.
So there's obviously sounds, different trumpet sounds that you make to notify the rest of the people in the city that we win it. Come and get it. You ever play sports, man? When you're home, when you're on home, you get an interception for a touchdown, and you can feel the momentum is shifting on your side, and you got the fight song playing, and you can see the other team is just demoralized, and then all of a sudden, they get a safety, changing the game all of a sudden. You ever notice the team that's on the offensive, they always go deep the next play.
Yeah.
Like, why are you going deep the next play? Because that corner might be a little shook.
Yeah.
You might be thinking of, or if the corner gets beat and gets touchdown, the next time he gets the ball, he go right back. You keep picking on that guy because you're like, this guy's in his head. He might get a double move on him a little bit, and really shake him.
Yeah, break him.
But it's momentum. When momentum's on your side, you leverage that. So now Judas is leveraging that momentum. Everybody's running. They threw their arms aside. So it's easy to fight now. These guys threw their weapons away, and they're running. But read on.
It says, which when the inhabitants heard, they put on their armor hastily.
Meaning, who are the inhabitants? Israelites that were at the house, eating and smiling at, and too afraid to fight these odds. So now all of a sudden, now they want to put armor on. Now they want to, babe, get my fighting boots.
So, I guess my question would be, in their position, they're probably taking the stance of, let's just hope and pray that the Warriors get through.
So the question is this: yes, but is that courageous, or is that operating in the spirit of wisdom, or is that prudence?
It's prudence.
That's 1,000% prudence. But then the question is this: is prudence honorable in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, or is it safe? And then who do you think the Most High is going to give the greatest glory to? The guys that put it on the line? This is how you know the Most High, he blesses different. And he rewards different. How are you going to reward the guy that put it on the line and made the real risk before things fell apart the same as you would give the guy that was afraid and didn't want to lose, and then he fights afterwards?
You know, that kind of suggests, it's almost the idea of, when we read the story of the penny, and when it's the same penny, and even the last hour, the person who came the last hour got the same penny. It's almost like even that last hour was still before it really got bad. Done.
And even that last hour
wasn't guaranteed.
Well, but yes, everything you're saying is correct.
Yeah.
But in this regard, everybody knew what was at stake.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
These people had lived through Antiochus Epiphanes. They lived through Menelaus.
They knew it was like
They lived through all of these crazy events.
Yeah.
They lived through High Priest Jason, High Priest Menelaus. They knew that this city could fall apart and turn completely Greek, and that they might have to go hide in the mountains or turn Greek. They knew this because they already experienced it, and they still didn't have enough fight to take the real risk. But now, when we're winning, now I want to fight. You might as well just stay at the house the whole time.
stick to your plan.
Why do you want to fight now? If you can fight now, why didn't you fight before?
Because the Jews need a sign.
Didn't Manasseh do the same thing? Judges? I think it was either Manasseh or Ephraim. One of the two were in a war, and Ephraim came in afterwards. Like,
That was the judges. And then they said, listen, man, how come you didn't let us know?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, bro. You know dang well what was going on in our city.
Yeah, the princes of Ephraim were tripping up.
The prince were Ephraim were tripping, and they wanted that money.
That bread.
So then what do you think these guys are doing? So my thing is, why are they fighting now? Because now the people I kill, I can get my gold chain. I can get me some gold. I can get me some silver. I can win now.
It goes back to that spirit of, I will only fight for a personal benefit. It goes back to that.
I'm not fighting for honor. I'm not fighting for what's right. It's about convenience and gain.
And this is why men give less.
And this is, what am I trying to explain? This isn't even about shaming it, but you gotta call a spade out.
Yeah.
Because if you don't look at this clearly, this is how men with good intentions can turn bitter. This ain't fair. Because haven't you, in your own way, feel I'm the only one busting my ass? In your own way, haven't you not felt isolated? There's not a lot of people putting it on the line like I am. And that's a real feeling. But then can you accept that that's part of your journey as being an Israelite? Some are going to commit more than others. And can you accept that? And can they still be brothers in your eyes? It happened very much the same with David. I mean, you had David, some guys that stayed with the women in the goods.
Yeah. Took their kids.
And then everybody else fought.
They stayed
took
back.
the risk.
The men stayed back. Everybody started running. They had this long distance kind of like, we're gonna run.
Because we got to pace.
We got to catch up.
We got to catch up
because they are our family. The longer we take to get there, the more our family gets pillaged.
Yes.
So we got to run. We haven't fought the battle yet. We have to run. We're gonna get there tired. We got to fight and be tired.
Yep.
And then everybody's running, and there's guys that just can't push their bodies. And they can't push their bodies because they were crying. You're too emotional, and you're too distraught that you lost your family to take the measures necessary to get your family. I'm too in my head. Everybody, all the men were running. All the men were running. But then the men were just, there's men that didn't have any hope and that got too caught up in crying and couldn't fight their bodies past a certain point. So the men that kept running went there, saved the families. Then the other men finally got there. And then they said, let's split the spoils. And the men that made it and did the work were angry at the men that quit because they were crying, or they walked to the battle. And David said, "Hey, everybody gets the spoils." He want to keep peace. David want to keep peace out.
But you know what? Also, David understood everybody ain't gonna fight all the way, and there's a level of faith that you have to be that way, because most people by nature, if you're not fighting as much as I'm fighting, I got a problem with it.
Yep.
And we have to learn to grow up.
You get past that.
And realize that, you know why? You know why people get angry when people don't fight as much as they do? Because part of you don't want to fight that hard. Yeah. That's why you're so mad at, the wickedness of Israel. They're so wicked. But you say that because you want to take a break.
Yeah.
And you don't want to push yourself that hard. So really the question is, are you mad at them? Or do you envy what they have? You envy their freedom.
Their liberty.
And if you make a decision to give it all up, then accept that was what you chose. And others don't choose that. And that's okay. You have to be secure in yourself that you chose to give this much to the Most High. And if you're secure in yourself of what you gave, and you're conscious of what you gave, then you won't take another person who doesn't give as much personally. That's such an important aspect of this.
You know, the white man says some gave all, and all gave some.
Yes,
All gave some,
but some gave all. You know, this the white man know that even in the military, fighting in war, that's what it's going to be. Not everybody's going to go in all the way, 100%.
That's no different than your Marines.
Yep.
Your Green Berets, your Special Forces, in comparison to your regular enlistments.
Yep.
Now, even in that, there's pride and ego, and they attack the ones who might not be doing what the other ones do. But you got to sit back and say, hey, we're in the same army, and we're fighting the same battle.
Yep.
But just these special forces chose to go to the next level.
Yep.
And can you accept that your regular enlistment guy might do it just to get a job?
He's there for college.
He's here to sit back here for college and get free college. But I came in here because I'm about it. And I'm sitting back here giving my family for this. But you don't. You're not. And there can't be any bitterness in the two differences. Because if you do, you're really angry at the Father. And you really have to be appreciative the Most High chose you to be a greater use in the body. And that's what these 1,000 men have to accept if they're going to psychologically get past this. And that's why Christ said, the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few.
And as Christ said, well, Scripture said in 1 Corinthians, it says the eye cannot say to the hand, you know, I have no need of thee.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because, you know, you're the eye.
The heart has greater function.
Yeah, so I'm more important.
Yeah.
Like, not everybody's important.
Yeah.
It's part of a body. But everybody has a different administration.
So there can't be judgment about the body that has less function, less mobility,
or a different function.
The fingernail.
You don't know what I do.
Gives you the fingernail.
Yeah.
Okay, can you respect him for being a fingernail?
Yeah.
You Jenna?
Oh yeah, I have a question. With that being said, obviously there shouldn't be resentment there, but how do you prevent that level of, you say it's pride, that level of pride in the sense of, for instance, psychology would say an older person is less tolerable of a younger person's mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Because in their head, I've already conquered what you conquered.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't you conquer the same thing? So there's
Mm-hmm.
less of a willingness to understand.
Yes.
But even in the sense of Christ, when Christ said that the servant know not what his master do,
Mm-hmm.
but I call you my friend, since you do what I tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Even in Christ, created divisions of those who fully gave themselves to his will versus those who chose to only do it for maybe the benefit or for a short time. How do you, as a servant of Christ, not get into that same mentality of, hey, there's some that give it all, and I guess what I'm asking is, so that others don't feel the separation, the difference. So what you're saying is we should treat everybody the same.
Yep.
So that others don't feel that same level of separation. How do you, as a person who, in your head, you might be thinking you're giving it all, not treat someone different who might not be?
This is my thinking. This is what I've chosen to look at. Have I resisted unto blood yet?
Okay.
Have I sat back here and broken everything that I need to break in me? If a person might have fear, a person might have doubt, a person might have pride, and I might have overcome that. Have I overcome everything in me? And if I haven't overcome everything in me, and then I can't look down on a person who hasn't overcome everything in themselves. Because in that case, how many people have done more than me? How many people have resisted unto blood and gone all the way? I didn't do what Daniel did. Could I have done what Daniel did? Listen, I don't know if I would have woke up in the morning and been okay with what Daniel went through.
Yeah.
With being a eunuch. I don't think I could have, I don't think psychologically that would have worked. It would have been good for me. To where I'm cleaving, studying, and going ham in the Bible and super upsetting. I don't know. That's a tough one.
I like Romans chapter 12. Read Romans chapter 12, verse 16.
Yeah, that made me laugh. That made me really laugh.
I said it yesterday, man. I said it to you yesterday, man.
It's a lucky, but my phone's kind of tripping. Well, it's not tripping. It's me. I gotta clear my phone out.
Romans 12, verse 16.
That was crazy.
Be of the same mind, one toward another.
It says, be of the same mind, what?
One toward another.
You know, it's hard to do. It's hard to share the same mind frame as somebody else without looking at somebody else as being different. Because we train ourselves to look at the differences in each other, not looking at, you know, this is my brother. He got the same. He going through something that I'm going through something.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, he's struggling like I'm struggling. He said, "Be of the same mind, one toward another." Read on.
Mind not high things.
But what are high things? High things is the things that I do that they don't do.
Yep.
That's what high things are. High things are, look at the differences about me. Look what level I'm on.
Yeah.
Look what I'm doing. And look what this other brother's not doing. Those are high things. High things is the separation that's built by pride.
Yeah.
Read on.
But condescend.
He said, but condescend. How do you condescend? You take yourself off your high horse and you take yourself off the pinnacle of the scriptures say that a rich man's wealth is his pride.
Strong city.
Yeah, it's a strong city. And his pride is a high wall.
Yeah.
But what I'm looking at is it's my pride that's telling me I'm doing more.
Yeah.
Read on.
But condescend to men of low estate.
Read on.
Be not wise in your own conceit.
And the answer to that is, in order to not look at what you do and compare yourself to anybody else, is to not be wise where?
In your own conceits.
It's to stop telling yourself you're doing something fanatical or above and beyond everybody else, and above. You know, I'm operating at the highest degree possible.
Yeah.
You know, and the idea is to take yourself out of that mind frame, and then it'll stop that separation of comparing who's doing what. You know, I got an advantage over this person. They got an advantage over this person. All that's ridiculous.
And why am I going into this? Why are we going this direction? Because last week we focused on the other side of it. In that last 20 minutes, we kind of laid it on heavy about how our people are selfish.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to act like this feels good. I'm not going to act like when these 1,000 men they put it on the line and they saw these dudes at the house being cowards. That doesn't feel good. I'm not going to act like it feels good to know that these guys, because listen, let's be honest. Having a flaw, an outlook flaw, and a weakness here is a little different than being a coward. And that feels different on a nationalistic side. Can you imagine people sitting back here and leaving you out to dry and then coming back giving you a dap and a hug like, yeah, we did it. We did it, That ain't going to feel good.
That's a reality.
Kwam Yashala. Please, So, but you have to go this direction and explain it to salvage your outlook. Or that will be what brings you out of the grace of the Most High.
You fall in the spirit of hate.
So you have to use the scriptures to balance you out, to not take personal other people's blatant hatred for the nation. So I'm going this direction so we can understand how not to hate. Because it's easy to hate in a situation like that. It's too easy. It's too easy.
The truth about Israel is there's always a spirit and a temptation to find something to hate. And
some things are easier to hate than others.
If it's not wartime, when it's peacetime, Israel looks for something to hate. It's like Israel has this invisible list in the back of their head. They're just waiting. Okay, I found something to hate about you. And they collect it. And it becomes an annoyance in the back of their mind. And it keeps them miserable. Because you know what? Every time I'm around you, instead of seeing who you I should embrace, I remember my list of the 3 things or 4 things I hate about this person. That's a natural part of people's personality in general. Well, when you're in pressure situations, you don't think that list gets a little stronger, more intense?
Yeah.
Like there's things that you can like about people,
yeah.
Things that you also don't like about people.
Mm-hmm. And it gets more intense. What's going to happen when things tighten up? And we're all on top of one another. How are we going to be able to deal with one another when you see people cower and others stay strong and rise to the occasion? How are we going to look at one another? This is not going to be an easy situation. And how do you look at them if they don't fight their battle and they're living with you, eating and partaking in everything that you're partaking in? And they're going to want equal access to what you're bringing to the table while they're providing nothing. So these are things we're going to have to be conscious of moving down the line so that we don't lose our spirit and lose our opportunity for the kingdom. Let's keep going. I don't want to make this too much more than this, but keep going.
And on that point you just made, Christ taught about that in the feeding of the 4,000 or the feeding of the 5,000.
Mm-hmm.
Because the disciples were saying to Christ, hey man, the people, they've been out with us all day. You know, what they going to eat? He said, send them away. The disciples saying, send these people away. He said, because we don't have enough victuals to feed them. We don't got enough. Like, we only got enough for us. We don't got enough for these other people.
Mm-hmm.
And what the disciples like, listen, I'm not about to split my food up.
Yeah.
We only got 5 loaves and 2 fish. I'm not going to split my food up with these guys that just been here all day listening to you preach.
Wanting something not to deal.
Want something not to deal.
You know they want something not to deal. You know a lot of them wanted something not to deal.
You know, fish, especially if it's fried, man, it catch your nose better than most
funny,
food when you're hungry.
Yeah, it's funny.
Fried fish is phenomenal.
The question is, was there hot sauce with it? Was there hot sauce? That's
hot
$1 million question.
I was there.
It slaps more. Listen, fish slaps more when there's a delicious red sauce with it. You got to have the red sauce. If there's no red sauce there, the fish don't have the same kind of potency. When it's fried.
But when you got bread, you can make a fish sandwich.
Even better, but you still need the little dabble of that red.
Hot sauce.
That lesson, we got to do that today. We got to do the fish. You establish the fish spirit.
Yeah,
we got to do fish.
But that fish is good. It's good. But you don't want to split no fish up if you've been outside working all day, and that's what the lesson was that Christ had to teach the disciples. These guys ain't doing what we're doing.
Yep.
And we only got a little bit left. We're not about to split up everything that we have left for these people. They ain't doing what we're doing.
And Christ's approach was a higher level of looking at it.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't like what they said was wrong.
Yeah.
But Christ taught a better way. He had a better solution.
The lesson was if you pray to the Most High and you ask the Most High to intercede, it'll be enough for everybody.
Done. But with that, the lesson we're trying to extract overall is that there has to be works behind it.
Yeah.
We read earlier, the scribes and the priests, all they were doing is, Father, just take this away from us and bless us. Just change Nicanor's mind so we can be sustained. This is what he's pushing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Mosiah's like, you can't just pray. You got to go out there and fight and take a risk. That's the other lesson. Are we going to sit back here and just kumbaya this? Or stick your neck out there? Then the Most High rewards you sticking your neck out. Because all through these chapters, you see different methods of how to deal with stress and strain. On one end, the priests and the scribes just stayed ultra biblical, ultra spiritual. We're just going to pray words to the Most High. That's all they do. And the Most High was repeatedly showing just sending up prayers wasn't enough. And just sitting back here, we just read how the priest said, Nicanor, look at the sacrifice. We just killed a lamb for you.
Mm-hmm.
We killed a lamb for Demetrius and the empire.
It's too late for lambs. How about that?
Look, we're spiritual. And because we're spiritual, don't kill us. And Most High's like, listen, bro, you got to be spiritual and fight. If you're not spiritual and fight, is he going to reward you? That is a real question that we're going to be asking ourselves in the not too distant future. How spiritual are we going to be in comparison to the proactiveness of going out and getting it? Because when this thing collapses, how spiritual are you going to be? Because if you're too spiritual, you're going to be tied up in a Brooklyn basement somewhere, right? Being violated. Isn't that what the scribes did when they saw Alcimus and they met Demetrius? They said, oh, surely this guy's an Israelite. He's going to take care of us. Then they got thrown over a 75-foot damn cliff. Being ultra spiritual. So we're going to have to be spiritual and prepare to stand up and make the right decision. I'm just it's important to extract this because these are the things, this guerrilla warfare, these scenarios, the struggle between being spiritual and fighting and staying back and waiting till things plan out. These are all different plans and strategies. And we're going to have to be able to decipher information like this to figure out how we're going to navigate what's down the line.
Yep.
So let's continue. I'm only doing this. The class isn't about this. It's this chapter 8, but this is the end of chapter 7. So let's keep going. End of Josephus.
Line 44:11.
Mm-hmm.
Which when the inhabitants heard, they put on their armor hastily, and met their enemies in the face as they were running away, and slew them, insomuch that not one of them escaped out of this battle, who were in the number 9,000.
So that means there was at least 10,000 men fighting. Because 9,000 were running. So they might have started off with more than 9,000 people. Read on. That's still a crazy number. A 10-to-1 number, right?
Yeah.
And you're looking down. And this isn't like you got to be the smartest guy in the room, military mind, and I'm strategizing. How you going to strategize 1,000 versus 10,000? You got to man up and just kill everybody that's in front of you, bro. You know when you're at a crazy disadvantage. This isn't fancy. This isn't cute. This is mano a mano. This is like you sit back, you come out the sewer, go down. This is a Rambo act. You're in the water, you sit back here with a little straw in the water. He's shooting 5 guys with perfect expert precision act. And you sit back here, you don't see nobody like, do. For real, like, is that easy act?
No.
He's knocking guys out in the head, pow. Come on, that's not real. Then you somehow find a 50 cal. Like, come on, this is ridiculous. And you're all greased up and your muscles are popping. You just, come on, bro. Go, Rocco. That's not real.
That's not real.
That's not real war act. You're facing real numbers. These guys fight too.
Yeah.
These guys aren't chumps.
These guys are bad.
These guys fight for a living. And more times than not, you aren't a real. We were not. We didn't have organized armies. You read all throughout history. We didn't have organized armies.
How about your father?
We'd sit back here and pull up our shovel and then get our knife, our sword. We was farmers, You think we were not some legitimate hardcore army. We weren't. Especially after we got into our kingdom. We were just sitting here chilling,
Farmers,
on our land.
Gangster farmers,
Listen, no, it's like brothers. You throw hands if you got to.
Yeah, you gotta do that.
Listen, I see some people online, they're fighting, they're like, that wasn't a good swing. It worked. More like that was form, The one like Khabib, that dude, badass Khabib guy, from
Russia. Or
from
some stand.
Uzbekistan, Those guys are killers. They have like wrestling MMA factories from the age of 5 on up. That's showing out the hood. Wrestle and whip. You know what? We're doing this. We're sitting here moving like this. Footwork ain't right, and it works. But that's how we're fighting. We're fighting against trained armies, 10-to-1.
Yeah.
But anyway, all I'm saying is it was a remarkable fight, remarkable battle. Let's keep going.
All right. 4:12. This victory happened to fall on the 13th day of that month, which the Jews is called Adar, and by the Macedonians, Dystrus. And the Jews therein celebrate this victory every year and esteem it as a festival day. After which the Jewish nation were, for a while, free from war.
I gotta say this festival day, why was this day a festival day? And the one when the Most High saved us from 120,000 to 5,000 wasn't a festival day. Don't you think that was a bigger one? The one we was 120 with drunk elephants and our backs were against the wall in Jerusalem. You would think that would be the day. Because that was when the Most High really came through for us, but it don't have that snap, crackle, pop type vibe to it.
Because the Most High got the glory of it.
That's the point. That would have been the festival day. Most High said this from 120,000 soldiers and elephants, and he came through for us. This is how you know this is a man-made day.
Yep.
These cats came off their sofas and fought and killed Greeks.
Yeah.
Them sofa boys got a little taste. I got 2 in. I got 1. You got 3. Ooh, we won.
They were fully rested too.
I got 5 in, son. I tripped him. I stuck my leg out and I tripped him and I stabbed him. I got him too.
I threw the sword at him.
I threw a boomerang at him and hit him in the head.
I took a stick and I got him.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, you see what I'm saying? Everybody can sit back and get hyped off of a cheap win. The other one was better. If we're gonna go story for story, that's how you know this is not a sanctioned Lord's holiday. You hear Jews, we're gonna do Nicanor. I'm like, I don't know about this now. There's nothing wrong with it. But if you look at the context behind it, this is man-made all the way.
Was it Nicanor or was it Nicanor?
It was Nicanor. It was the Feast of Nicanor.
That's what it was. The Feast of Nicanor, because you get to get off of your couch and go fight for 1 day now. And you already
they fought for an hour. Right? You telling me they fought to the end? They fought for an hour. Like, who going back home? I'm going to take what I got from this dude and go home. Victory is ours. Hey, baby, look what I got.
We ran him off the block.
Look what I got. Get my drink ready.
We ran him off the block.
Anyway, we get this, right? This is the man-made festival called Nicanor. The real life story. You see, all these stories are embellished over time. But if you was there, you would know how it really went down. But let's keep going.
It says, after which the Jewish nation were for a while free from wars and enjoyed peace. But afterward, they returned into their former state of wars and hazards.
This is the scary part. The Most High will sit back here and give you peace for a short period of time, and then the hazards ramp up again. So, can you really be at peace? Can you really relax when you know war is going to constantly be on the horizon? This has been the pattern. War, stress, the sky's about to fall. Mm-hmm. Then all of a sudden there's a little break and reprieve in the action. Then it ramps up again. Then a little break in the action. Then it ramps up again. And this pattern is wearing down the army. Remember X amount of chapters ago? Judas had 10,000 men. They're at 1,000 now. That's demoralizing. You've lost 9,000 men, some to war, some to desertion. What do you think Judas is saying? We can't keep this up. Just on a reality-based thing. We can't keep fighting that we're not going to make it. How many times can you keep rolling the dice and expect everything's going to be okay when the numbers keep dwindling? People's interest, their enthusiasm, their zeal is diminishing. So this is a real thing that's hitting Judas's mind on a daily basis. So in this little span of time, before the wars ramp up again, you still got Alcimus in the city. You still have that faction, that political faction that's pushing the Greek movement. Even in peace, is there really peace? It's not peace. There's war, there's tension, there's the threat of war. There is that faction that's still probably putting pressure on the pro-Israelite group. This tension is massive. All it takes one day is for Alcimus to go back and ask for some more soldiers, and they're coming back down. A portion of the wall is broken wide open. Can you really lay down at night and say, man, this is okay? In no way around you is there real peace. There's pretty much the beef's on pause.
Yeah.
You ever been like on the beef's on pause, but you really can't get comfortable because he might steal on you every once in a while? The person you don't trust, you still looking like, you in high school, you looking at a locker, you unlock the locker out. You don't know if this guy's going to come steal on you out and it's back on again. You don't know. You don't know. So your boy's on high alert. You on high alert. So you chilling. Ain't no wars going on. But you looking at the dude walk past you like, damn, this dude, is he going to come at me with something? It's homecoming. He going to come at me at homecoming night? Is he going to come at me at the prom? When's it going to happen? School's almost over. When are you going to come try to get me?
It's always at the party.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
It's going to be when you're relaxed. It's when you're relaxed. Listen, You relax, you chilling with your girl, and then they come stealing you.
There he comes.
What's up, cuz? What up, cuz? Ah, damn it, I gotta go to war now. He caught me slipping. What am I trying to explain? All I'm trying to explain is this war really ain't. There really isn't peace. Yeah. There's this threat of stress dangling over everybody's head. With that being the case, now let's go to 1 Maccabees chapter 8. Cry.
That's in the trunk.
Correct. Shah Shabbatah. Banashah. Banachala.
Correct. Shaswata. Banasha. Banachala. Amajim. Yahweh Hashem Yashem
Yahweh Hashem Yashem
Yashmata. All right. So, let's read 1 Maccabees chapter 8. The goal is to get through this chapter today, if we can. But it's important to understand why Judas makes this next move that he makes. Because if you don't keep context of what's happening in the city and the toll of the wars that starts to stack on them, this move might not make any sense. So let's get 1 Maccabees 8 verse 1.
God. 1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1.
What we're about to go into, we're going to go into some map work too. Okay, this is a combination of history from the beginning and map work that kind of ties things in. So read verse 1.
1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1.
So we're going to be going online, so get ready to start looking online on YouTube to look at these maps. Read on.
Now Judas had heard of the Romans.
Nope, that's not what it says.
It says, now Judas had heard of the 1 Maccabees 8 and 1.
Yeah.
That's not what I got.
Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans. You get the book, just get the regular book. Yeah.
It's like 1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1. It says, now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans.
There we go. So he says, now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans. So, listen, we're in our little bubble in Jerusalem, wrestling with the king of the north, the Seleucid Empire. And this is around 161 BC. But if you take a step back and see how the Most High is looking at it, the Most High is removing the Greek Empire from being a major influence. And the Most High is bringing in the Roman Empire. Now, it's not like how you see on TV. Like, one battle here and one battle here, and all of a sudden there's a shift from one king to another. Mm-hmm. That's not how empire building goes. Nations fall apart economically, socially, morally, and there's a steady breakdown. So as one nation is diminishing in the monetary process, because the king of the south, the Ptolemaic Empire, was breaking down financially. They're already a vassal to the Egyptians by now. The king in the north, they're paying war indemnities and debt, but they're not completely broken yet. But they're on their way out. The Romans are building up steam. They're building momentum up. When you read about the Roman Empire, they started gaining power in 227 BC. And they reached full power in 27 BC. And they fell in approximately 470 AD. Okay? But this is a long process of building, fighting, gaining territory, gaining tributaries,
charging for security, fighting small wars, fighting larger wars to get to a certain goal. So what's happening is, in the middle of Judas fighting and going to war with the Greeks, word around the street is these Romans are the new guys in town. And they've established a string of victories leading up to this point. We're at 161 BC at this point. The Romans had been winning wars and gathering control of regions since 227 BC when they took over the Etruscans
in Rome and start working themselves westward. Because that was what they started doing. They started working west, and then east, and then south. We'll explain it in a little bit. Read it from the top.
God. First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that joined themselves unto them.
Listen, the Romans were about conducting business. They were about their money. They didn't really associate themselves with the strivings and the mentality of the Greeks. The Greeks were interested in spreading their culture all around, their Hellenistic culture all around the world. The Romans didn't care about all that, dog. You're like, listen, man, you give us our bread, we'll give you your space. That was the Roman policy. We protect you. You get up under our banner, fight wars for us, and you'll have your sovereignty. No, not sovereignty. Excuse me. You'll have your religious sovereignty.
Yeah.
This is how the Romans did business. They did business different than the Greeks.
They're both Edomites, but one conquers by culture and one conquers by economics. It's just different approach like today. With America, we have Democrats and Republicans. One conquers by the demoralization of people, and one conquers by military warfare, extracting riches out of the earth, and having economic sanctions on nations, and sitting here and taking advantage of economic circumstances for the purpose of domination.
Yes and no. They both do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying...
Hold on. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, what other parties are there at? They've been a bunch of parties.
Three is independent party.
Independent. If there was an independent president, guess what he'd be doing? Conquering countries.
Yeah.
Conquering countries. Sitting back here and levying tariffs on people. This is happening regardless of who's president. Now, when you get into Democrats and Republicans, the difference between Democrats and Republicans is nationally how you run your country. That's the difference. Domestic policy is different. Foreign policy, it don't matter if it's Obama, if it's the Bushes, if it's Joe Biden,
Clinton.
If it's Clinton, it don't matter. If he can be the white guy playing the saxophone, kissing babies, they still bombing Iraq. They still sitting back here and destroying and destroying countries.
But their first strategy is a little different, though.
No.
Because the Greeks,
I can't give it to you.
Didn't the Greeks want to control also financially?
Don't forget that if we're dealing with United States foreign policy is written by think tank organizations called the RAND Corporation. Think tanks.
The Bilderberg Group.
Different financial think tanks.
The CFR.
Council for Relations.
Relations.
Well, yes and no. Well, what I'm saying is this. It comes from them, but they're the ones hiring literal corporations and think tank groups. There's certain people that are just paid to discuss strategy. They'll take the top thinkers in college, the top, the elite thinkers, the elite minds in your Harvards and your MITs, and they'll hire them to sit back here and say, listen, we're going to pay you guys to discuss the best way to use Taiwan and the resources Taiwan has to weaken the Chinese government. Then they'll sit back and say, hey, how can we defeat Russia by using Ukraine as a proxy? They literally ask these questions. And I'm using the RAND report, the RAND Group Corporation, because that's the one that always sticks in my mind. They will sit back here and they will write down multiple 300-400 page documents and publish them online for everybody to see as to how we're going to take down Russia by using Ukraine. We're going to write in 2099 how we're going to break down Syria, how we're going to take down Libya, how we're going to take down the entire Arab realm. They are military documents and think tank documents that are written 5 or 10 years before it happens about how to break down a country. So then if it's written 5 or 10 years before it happens, it doesn't matter what president is in power. The same methods of action are being executed by whatever president comes in. This is why Trump is doing the exact same thing Biden is doing when it comes to foreign relations. Listen, he might say, I didn't start this war.
Or no new wars.
I didn't know new wars, but guess what's happened? They're about to fight literally in Venezuela. I can stop this battle in between Russia and Ukraine. One meeting. They had 5 meetings so far, multiple meetings. Remember, they had a meeting in Alaska. Nothing got changed. So the question is this. Trump is just creating a smokescreen, but he's following foreign policy like Biden follows foreign policy, like Obama follows foreign policy. Those are directives that is uniform across the board. And if you want to read a 350-page breakdown of it, you're free to do it.
Because no matter what the president is, he has to keep his corporate sponsors happy.
Yeah.
And
the ones who put him in office.
The ones that put him in office and give him money for his campaign. He has to keep his donors happy.
They're talking about how pretty much the discussion about how to destroy Gaza and create space for the Israelis has been going on for years.
And what's his son's name? Trump's son's name?
A Barron.
No,
a tall dude?
No, that's Kushner.
Okay.
He's talking about, let's go ahead and get rid of Gaza because they got oceanfront property.
Yeah.
And we need to go ahead and get on board right now to build some condos and high rises on that oceanfront property. Let's get these people out the way so we can start building.
But it was talked about years in advance.
Yeah.
You ever see construction on 281 or I-10 and you see, this just popped up out of nowhere. Did it really pop up out of nowhere? See that new 1604 and I-10 bridge? It does not feel good when you drive. But it's not bad because it doesn't give you like that steep feeling. It kind of like gives you a gradual rise. Like there's bridges in Houston. Like who the hell made this out? Because you're straight going up like this out. Like who thought this was a good idea?
Trying to give a damn.
Listen, it's not good on 4 cylinders. I'll tell you that much. Like 4 cylinders, take another route. Because you're going up.
The car broke down.
And you're stuck.
You gotta walk down. Your phone's dead, so you gotta walk all the way down to recharge your phone. You don't want all this bridge up.
Listen, what's the point? All I'm saying is they just don't show up. There are bills that are passed. Mm-hmm. There are plans that are made before the bills are passed.
Budgets put together
5 to 10 years in advance. You just don't know about it. We don't read books and read articles and stuff like that. But these things are done 5 and 10 years in advance before it gets done. So you don't think foreign policy is done 5, 10, 15, 20 years in advance? Of course it is. We're just not aware of it. We don't look for those things. We don't like reading fine print stuff. So it doesn't matter what president is, elephant, donkey, it doesn't matter. The difference is whether it's a Democrat or it's Republican, is used to keep everything uncomfortable in your country. So you have more of a Republican, which is financial superiority, financial leverage. And you got your Democrats, which sit back here and create the appearance of looking out for the poor, but they're sitting back here looking out for the rich too. It's just a different method to do it.
A persuasion.
One is about pacifying the poor class, and the other one is about sitting back here and having no empathy with the poor class. But it's still, the problem is if I'm giving you mercy, I'm also making you slave. Because there's a reason that people always talk about the democratic state is more communist. We're communist based. Because for all the financial benefits you're getting, you can give your rights in a lot of arenas. Give your rights, your freedoms, and a liberal dictate comes behind it. Now the breaking down of the caliber of the family, nuclear family breaks down. You lose the nuclear family. You lose moral concepts.
Abortion.
Now they got to put these 5-letter angles in here. Now you got abortion kicks in. Now you're tearing down the spirit of families in which the Most High even acknowledges. Or you go to the Republican way, and It's sink or swim. That neither way is the right way. There's negative consequences both directions. I was just trying to correct you in this one arena that whether you're Democratic or Republican, foreign policy don't change. I've read books on literal John F. Kennedy was still sitting back here in greenlighting wars. You know, every black house back in the day would have a picture of Martin Luther King, MLK, Malcolm X, and John F. Kennedy. I've seen pictures. Have you seen those? Mm-hmm. And John F. Kennedy was the one white guy, everybody back. But how about he's the one that gave a thumbs up on the Bay of Pigs, invading Cuba? Listen, Vietnam skirmishes and fighting started with him. How about that? Does anybody know that? He was green lighting covert missions and out there. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on this one. I think he was president when Lumumba got killed in Africa. Lumumba was in the Congo. If I'm not mistaken, Kennedy was president when Lumumba. I think he was. Look it up. Find out Lumumba. When was he killed, and when was Kennedy president? Because I think Lumumba was killed during Kennedy's presidency.
And that's a CIA operation.
But what they tell you is, who thumbs up the CIA? President. It still goes to the president.
They have briefings.
That's my point. Anyway, but I could be wrong with that, but I recall reading that. So, dealing with the Romans. Can you find it real quick?
I'm looking right now, bro. My phone's kind of packed.
Yana, can you go? He'll leave in a little bit, but you start.
I'm looking for right now. Slow.
Okay, he died in 61.
Yeah, John F. Kennedy.
Number 4?
John F. Kennedy was president when?
It says, the American president when Patrice Lumumba died on January 17, 1961 was John F. Kennedy.
Thank you, sir. I told you. I read it.
Yeah.
Listen, so who thumbed it up? I thought he was for all the people, man. He wasn't just with the brother, man. He was for the other man. Was he? I don't know about that. He was doing dirt abroad. Just know that. So he wasn't squeaky clean like the image was portrayed.
The bank beef got him, right? That's all it was the bank beef?
Oh, it had nothing to do with bank beef. You can't be at the top. You're not running foreign policy at the top. You're not running it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So, read verse 1 again.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame.
Oh, you got to make that run, right? Okay, that one. Let's get you in there. That's right. Slide here.
Tahawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'al.
Tahawam Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shah, Banya Sha'al. Amajim. Rock. Yahweh Shem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yashabakatah.
All right. So, let's do it, sir.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that join themselves unto them, and make a league of amity with all that came unto them.
So they have no problem with doing deals with people that will work with them. Okay? Continue.
And that they were men of great valor.
Mm-hmm.
It was told him also of their wars and noble acts.
So, real quick, just so we know, he's told about this information, and there's about to be a back and forth dialogue, letters obviously written, between Judas and the Romans, and this back and forth dialogue is in 161 BC. It's important to be conscious that the dialogue is in 161 BC, so we can have proper context of what's about to be explained. Okay, read verse 2.
Verse 2. And that they were men of great valor. It was told him also of their wars and noble acts, which they had done among the Galatians.
So listen, he says it was told of them of the normal of the valor and the noble acts that the Romans had against the Galatians. Read on.
And how they had conquered them and brought them under tribute.
Now let's go into this map real quick and find out where in the heck are these Galatians being talked about? You look on the map, you look at present-day France. Present-day France is north of Spain. Now, at the time, Spain wasn't Spain. Spain was Iberia. Okay?
Two different situations?
No, well, Spain was Iberia. That was the name, the ancient name of Spain. You look above Spain, you'll see Gaul. Gaul is referring to the Galatians. Okay, so what they're saying is, historically, the Romans around 161 were known for fighting the Gauls and actually making them tributaries. Now, this is gone when you're breaking down how the Romans made the Gauls or the Galatians tributaries. This happened over a long period of time. Okay. Now, if you sit back and look at the top right-hand corner, and you see Roman territory, you'll see that around 241 is around the end of the First Punic War. The First Punic War, First, Second, and Third Punic Wars were about the Romans fighting the Carthaginian Empire. Okay? Carthaginian Empire, I don't know if I have that map, but the Carthaginian Empire, they had control over all of North Africa, Spain, and Spain, portions of Spain, I gotta find that map that I had. Portions of Spain, North Africa, and a lot of the island coasts, like Sicily, which is right next to the boot of Italy, Sardinia, and Corsica. If you can find just the Carthaginian Empire and shoot it to isbhpk, would be perfect. Because I have a bunch of maps, just not that one. Why am I trying to explain that? As they're talking about Rome's fame starts once Rome was consolidated. They started working westward, and they started fighting the Gauls. Now, the Gauls started to be made tributaries around the 200s, but they weren't fully subjugated until Julius Caesar came into power. And I'm not going into that because that's not dealing with the context here. But there were wars with these Gauls from the 200s BC all the way until it finished up in around 50 BC. So it took around 150 years to subjugate the Gauls. And just so you know, the Gauls were our people. Okay? Because in the country of Gaul and Spain, you had a lot of Celtic people, a lot of different tribes that really had connection to our nation. We'll go on that another time. But there's history, there's written history books that talk about that the ancient Brits were swarthy. They were black people. This writer named Tacitus explained, and when we fought the Gauls, we also went up to Britain and fought. And there's a lot of documentation that explains that the Brits had two different type of people there. They had redheads and they had black people. And they said the black people originated from Iberia. So there's connections between the Brits, the people of ancient Iberia, and the Gauls. And a lot of those people in Europe at that time, even in Germania, were black people. What people don't realize is that in Spain, ancient Britain, ancient Gaul, ancient Germania, which were the Vikings, it was full of black people and white people. Yep. There are excavations in ancient German lands and countries where they said they would sit back and see the skulls of ancient Germans, and you'll see certain skulls. They said that African
Negroid.
That was where they had Negroid features in a lot of skeletons in the German countries, in the Celtic countries.
It's a C word for the shape of the head. But
real quick, and Tacitus wrote that even in Germans, the Germans were blonde or they were black. Same thing in Britain. Redheads, black. Spain, a lot of black people in Spain. So they were well known. What were you going to say that way?
I was going to say that Benjamin Franklin wrote a report about Germany and Europe, and he said that Germany is swarthy and tawny. Tawny means, comes from the word tan, from how you tan hides. What color is a tanned hide?
Brown.
It's light brown.
And swarthy is dark.
And swarthy is that rich, melanated, deep brown. And then tawny is that soft peanut butter. Different shades of peanut butter, different shades of that soft brown. It's not rich Georgia brown.
What's Georgia brown? I don't know what brown in Georgia is.
What does
that even mean? Like
Georgia
brown?
It's different.
Okay. I really don't know. I don't know.
It's rich. It's
Georgia red clay.
Yeah, bro. You see them out. They have a different tonality out. But
he's about people though. I'm like,
but he was saying
Georgia brown.
But Georgia brown's different level now.
John, bro, no problem.
But he was saying that tawny people, which are light tan brown people, and then swarthy people, which are that rich deep brown. He said that's all it's full of. So what was he saying? The same thing Tacitus was saying.
Tacitus, yes.
Yeah, the same thing Tacitus was saying. And Tacitus is like the Edomite version of Josephus.
Yeah, he is.
He's the Edomite Josephus.
Yeah.
So what's it saying? These areas where we were we were richly populated and densely populated all throughout Europe.
Tacitus was the same guy that said that the Jews look like Ethiopians. Exactly. How about that one? They don't tell you that one. They don't like saying that one. No. And when I read it, depending on the sources, says it says, but we all know that Tacitus was a well-known anti-Semite. Like,
to the car.
So that's anti-Semitic. The anti-Semitic. What? So to say that the Jew is black is anti-Semitic talk? Yes. That doesn't even make sense. I'm like, that's crap. That's a load of crap.
That's before Hitler, bro.
Way before Hitler, my dude.
Stop
it. But anyway, so that's what's happening. And I'm trying to pull up this picture real quick. Listen to me. It's not locking in. It's not. I wish it was that easy.
You can probably download it. Right click.
It's not letting. Okay, I'm working on this. I'm just trying to do a bait. There it goes. Perfect. Okay. I'm going here on this image. The reason that they're even expressing, the Romans at least, or what they're saying about the valor of the Romans, the reason they're even working their way down to Gaul is because they have to conquer the Gauls or the people in France to get down to Spain. Because if you look at this map, now there's other maps that give a little bit more detail, but you see this orange in Spain?
What is that?
This is a portion of the Carthaginian Empire. And they use this area. The Carthaginian Empire was the remnants of the people of Tyre and Zidon.
Ancient
Phoenicia. They expanded their territory and worked their way down to a lot of the coastal cities, a lot of the islands, because they were sea merchants. So they had strength over all the ports, all in northern Africa and in Spain. And other maps have their territory in Spain right all the way along the eastern banks of Spain. Why is this important? Because this was one of the major, taking down Carthage was one of the major wars they had to overcome to gain control of the region. So while the Greeks, the king in the north and the king in the south, were fighting each other in all those wars for all those years, the Romans were working themselves west and fighting these Gauls, gaining tribute over the Gauls. Then you're going to read about them working down and fighting into Iberia or Spain. So they're fighting the Iberians, but who are they really fighting? They're fighting the strongholds of Carthage. They just didn't make it to Carthage yet. You see Carthage is in Africa on a coastal city near Sicily. You'll see Sicily, then you'll see Carthage. Okay? So Carthage is the main hub of where the Carthaginians operated. But the Romans were working themselves westward, working down through France, then going down to Spain, and working through Morocco and going east. And then they also have access to Rome, and they're going straight from Rome and Sicily down to Carthage also. But what they're explaining is the history of Rome. That's what we're going into now. It's just a basic history of how Rome became Rome and how the Most High works. So while the Greeks are fighting one another, the Romans are slow and steady and working their empire, one brick at a time. So let's continue in verse 2 again from the top.
1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 2. And that they were men of great valor. It was told them also of their wars and noble acts, which they had done among the Galatians, and how they had conquered them and brought them under tribute.
So the first country that got put under tribute, it was the Gauls or the Galatians. We're seeing it right here. That's a large territory to kind of have control over. Now, they didn't have complete control until 50 BC, like 150 years plus of war. But they have enough control to get tribute from. Continue.
And what they had done in the country of Spain.
So now we work down to Spain, which was the ancient name for Spain was Iberia. They worked their way to Spain after they subjugated France. Read on.
For the winning of the mines of the silver and gold which is there.
So not only did they defeat the native Iberians, they really were defeating the people of Carthage, because the people of Carthage overcame the Iberians also. There's a map if I can find it. Well, this is the Gallic Empire. That was the Gauls Empire. But this is an idea. I did have it. This pink, you see this pink line? If you can see it. This is where it says under Roman control in 200 BC. Because after they took out the Gauls, they worked their way and took these coastal cities. But those coastal cities were once controlled by who? By the Carthaginians. So what the reports that Judas is getting, he's getting them about their wars, their Punic War battles with the Carthaginians / Galatians / Iberians. Because this was a highly contested territory. Because if you control these coastal cities, you control what?
Trade.
The trade and the commerce, and that's where the money was at. A lot of those wars between the king in the north of the Greeks and the king in the south of the Greeks were over these islands and the shipping ports. If you even look at this map, the wars at this time with Rome was from Italy, Rome, west. The Greeks were fighting over Macedonia and all those islands over there to the east. This is what the king in the north and south were fighting over. Romans initially were fighting westward and having control over the western trade routes. So this is what's happened. Okay, so read verse 3 again.
Verse 3. And what they had done in the country of Spain, for the winning of the mines of the silver and gold which is there, and that by their policy and patience they had conquered all the place.
So it says by their policies and their patience, they had conquered all the place. They conquered Spain. They conquered France with their patience and their policy, meaning they didn't sit back and rush it. It took them many years to build up this empire. Okay, read on.
Though it were very far from them.
Meaning this was the challenge. The challenge for any empire is to extend so far east and so far west. It's hard to maintain a country. Guys, you gotta keep it quiet. It's hard to maintain a country when you have to have all of your soldiers so far over there and so far over here. That's what makes maintaining empires so difficult. This is why
You stretch yourself thin.
What the United States does, they put proxy guys that are foreign to that land to run that country. This is why what they're trying to do with Venezuela, for example. All of a sudden, in Venezuela, they're trying to put this proxy woman that all of a sudden out of nowhere won the Nobel Peace Prize. What'd she do to get the Nobel Peace Prize?
That's a good question.
What did she do that was so remarkable to gain the Nobel Peace Prize, except we can use the publicity of her Nobel Peace Prize to push her into Maduro's seat so we can run Venezuela.
See that?
Oh, that's what that woman's about.
That's what she's about. She's the one that's going to take over Maduro. If they defeat Maduro, she's taking his spot. And all of a sudden, she's highlighted. She's a good person. Yeah. She's such a good person. But really, she's the one that's going to take over Maduro once Venezuela's taken over. If Venezuela's taken over.
I see that, but I didn't read about it.
That's the game. We got to give some buzz around it. She's the only one speaking up against the evil Maduro and the drug trafficking in Venezuela.
She gets a Nobel Peace Prize.
Exactly. And they're setting. That's how you know everything's planned.
Yeah.
Because she got that months ago. This was all they were going to do this a long time ago.
Well, how
they needed a reason to do it.
How about
They had to manufacture consent. So we're going to create. What about Charlie Kirk? What about Charlie Kirk?
How about this was on your point? How about Charlie Kirk when he died? They already had the stadium set up.
He has a lot of conspiracy theories.
The stadium. He sold his house before he died for $5 million. He had the setup for that gathering of that meeting was already established and paid for. It was already booked. What a coincidence!
A lot of these things don't make sense, bro. A lot of it doesn't make sense. Yeah. And so this lady that was going to take over Maduro, she's already won Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, wow.
And they're already going to move her in so they can control. Because what they can't do, they can't just say, we're going to put an Edomite in this position. Because the people will fight. So they got to put a homeborn person in the position to take the spot.
And there's some controversy around her writings.
Yeah.
Some of her writings are plagiarized. That's not even her writings.
Exactly.
What?
Yeah.
Well, that's all these people, bro. It's all hustle. It's all hustle. All these countries around the world, they're backed by NED, National Endowment for Democracy, and all these different countries, NGOs. They put these guys together to put puppet governments inside. This is the oldest trick in the book. What they don't tell you is the drugs are getting run from other countries. I think it was a mistake. Talked to Cobb. The drugs are getting run from like Honduras and all these other countries. And the funny thing, everybody knows it. Russia seized like a bunch of metric tons of cocaine, but they were hidden in the fruits, in the banana side. And it was not coming from Venezuela. It's coming from other countries. And countries that like the United States backs and supports.
Turns a blind eye.
But what they're going to say is, the funny thing is, for instance, these boats are blowing up. You know those little boats, those speed boats, got to make 7 stops. 7 to 10 stops if they were going to go straight to the United States. To review. 7 to 10 stops. Do you think these little speed boats are going to push the metric weight that they need? What they don't tell you is that a lot of these Edomite and Israelite elite yachts, they're moving the drugs. They don't tell you that either. Yeah. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you a lot of the fruit that's getting dispersed all these other countries. They run the drugs with that. But that's how you fund these covert operations. So you really think that this is some war on drugs? Are you serious?
No.
Remember Trump's last time he was in presidency? He said, "There's all this oil. We're going to seize the oil.
We got the oil.
We got the oil. Yeah. We need the oil. We got the oil." Like, dude, first of all, you messing the game up.
You're snitching on yourself.
You're snitching on yourself. You got to stop getting so crunk that you got the oil.
His ego popped. He had like, I did something.
And like his advisors like this. Shut up. You messing the game up.
We got oil, y'all. We got it.
That's what I said.
It's in good hands.
It's in good hands. We got it. It's secure. It's secure.
This is the reason why we're in Syria.
God.
We wanted the oil and we got it.
God. And the president of Syria literally was on the CIA most wanted top 10 list. He was a $10 million bounty guy. Wow. Now they shaved him up and cleaned him up. He had a a Brooks Brothers suit, and he's okay now.
He's a good boy, though.
Yeah.
He's okay now. When you was Al Qaeda going crazy, chopping heads, you were public enemy number one. It lets you know who runs ISIS, who really runs Al Qaeda, and how are they so financed. How do you have the money to buy these weapons? How can you do it? I literally saw pictures in the old President Assad's mansion. They're bringing pallets of money out, U.S. dollars out, wrapped up, tied up, pallets full with a shrink wrap out. Shrink wrap, literally. Have you seen Breaking Bad? You ever seen Breaking Bad when he was when the storage unit act?
Yeah.
And you sit back and you lay on all these beds of money out? It looked like that on pallets. First of all, how did they make that much money to give to them? They're moving that weight. They're moving weight to give to guys like that to overthrow governments. That's literally how it works.
Shadow money.
You need dark money to do dark dirt. So you really think they're going to stop the drug trade? They're not. This is about enforcing just dominance over this region. This is about enforcing the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine is James Monroe, president, sat back here and made a statement saying, listen, man, Europe, you guys have no right. Europe or anybody else has any right to North, Central, and South America. We're going to whip anybody's you know what if you even think about coming over here. That's what the Monroe Doctrine is. You don't have any right to sniff around over here. But we can sniff around here.
No.
That's exactly what it is. Check it out. That's the Monroe Doctrine. It said that this was done in retaliation to Britain constantly trying to snip their nose back into the United States, back into the United States territory. This was them saying, listen, our territory is North, Central, and South America and the islands, and y'all can't have it. And if you try to get it, we're going to war. And we're going to come at you. And that's when all Europe just backed off and went elsewhere.
Because a lot of their felt the wealth of.
I know they did. And that's what made the United States powerful. And for many years, the United States wasn't even trying to go out and extend beyond the Monroe Doctrine territory. And that's when the bankers and everybody said they're coming in to get them to move out to fight WW1. Anyway, what's the point I'm trying to say? We're dealing with Rome. We're dealing with the wars and the patience they had to acquire the Gauls land of France, Iberia of Spain. But in doing that, you're also breaking and crippling the Carthaginian Empire. And they're patient because it took the First Punic War, the Second Punic War, and the Third Punic War to wipe them off the board. We're in 161 BC, so we're really right smack dab after the Second Punic War. So they haven't even completed breaking Carthage yet, but they're breaking them. And after each war, Carthage is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. And this is why they're marveling at the Romans' patience. They're not going to overextend themselves. They're going to just take the chunks of property to weaken their government. Because if you're taking out Carthage, if you think about it, you take out that chunk in Spain, that's a large portion of their money, a large portion of their resources. You're taking their silver mines out. You're taking their silver mines and gold mines.
Wine country.
Well, not even the wine. They're taking their gold and their silver. Mm-hmm. That's massive. That's a massive blow to anybody's economy. And this is what the Romans do. We're just chipping away at you day by day, year by year. And it's slowly but surely attacking Carthage's reserves. And this is the patience of the Roman Empire. So let's continue. Read verse 4 again.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 4. And that by their policy and patience they had conquered all the place, though it were very far from them. And the kings also that came against them from the uttermost part of the earth.
The kings that came against them from the uttermost parts of the earth was Carthage. And because they're fighting over territory that Carthage had conquered first. So this war, yes, they're taking the Gauls out of France. Yes, they're taking the Iberians of Spain. But those are direct attacks against the Carthaginians who they were really at war with. And this is kind of explaining the background of the history of what's happening here. Now, down the line, Spain gets completely wiped out during Caesar Augustus' time. The Gauls get completely wiped out during Julius Caesar's time. But this takes even longer to happen. This is happening with the Carthaginian Empire and them wiping them out. Read on.
till they had discomfited them and given them a great overthrow.
So what's happening is they're overthrowing the Carthaginians a little bit at a time. Carthage falls in 1 something AD. 146 BC, I mean. So it's after Judas sets up this meeting with the Romans and communicates with them. So the Third Punic War hasn't happened, but Carthage is already on the ropes. And this is what's being explained in writing. Let's continue.
So that the rest did give them tribute every year.
Mm-hmm.
Beside this, how they had discomfited in battle.
So now what's happening is the Gauls of France and the Iberians of Spain are giving the Romans tribute, building up their army, building up their military, building up their country. So now let's get verse 5.
Verse 5. Beside this, how they had discomfited in battle Philip and Perseus, king of the Sidonians.
The king of the Kittims, which is
Italy.
Yes, and put it this way. Read it again.
Verse 5. Besides this, how they had discomfited in battle Philip and Perseus, king of Kittim, which with others that lifted up themselves against them.
So what's happening now, what they explained first was the victories against the French Israelites or the natives of the French land and Spain while they're breaking down the Carthaginians. Verse 5 deals with their conquering of the Macedonians. Okay? Because the wiping out of Philip and Perseus is really the wiping out of the Greeks in the Third Macedonian War. If this is the Third Macedonian War, how many Macedonian wars were there? There was at least what? So you got the Romans fighting westward, and you also have the Romans fighting eastward. Okay? So as they're fighting eastward, the Third Macedonian War was from 171 to 168. Now don't forget the letters between Judas and the Romans was 161. So now they have history of the fact that the Macedonian Empire fell. Remember, the Macedonian Empire was one of the controlling groups in which Alexander split the kingdoms up.
Okay.
One was Alexander. One was Hellespont, Thrace and Bithynia.
Mm-hmm.
Then you had the one in Egypt. Then you had the one in the Seleucian line. So this is one of the first Greek empires that completely fell. So this fell in 168, and the wiping out of King Perseus and Philip was the wiping out of the Greeks in Macedonia. So now the Romans, you can see it right here, 168. They took over Macedonia to the right, while they're wiping out countries to the left, and they're going to eventually take out Carthage X amount of years later and get control over the south. Now the Romans are getting stronger and stronger while simultaneously making the Ptolemies vassals. Yes, sis. Which one? The Macedonian War? The Third Macedonian War was from 171 to 168 BC. But that was the third one. I don't have the first two, but pretty much this is when it ended, and the Greeks had to give up the country of Macedon, and now it's a Roman territory. So it's explaining the building blocks of how the Romans even established their empire before they went even further eastward and further south, to which all roads led to Rome.
I say Rome wasn't built in a day because
of
they had to piece by piece put
because
together
of their
empire.
discipline. Exactly, because of their discipline and their patience and their warlike mentality.
They got pulled one thing, bro, because it had dealt with what you had said.
Which one? Where are we going?
Let's tell you about the Roman military, how good it was.
Okay.
All right, it's book 3, 475.
You got okay.
Book 3, 475 right here says. All right, it says, "Let such a one consider again, who we are that are to fight, and who those are against whom we are to fight. Now these Jews, though they be very bold, and great despisers of death, are but a disorderly body. And
Who's saying this?
This is the Romans speaking.
Okay,
this is the Roman commentary about the Hebrews.
Okay.
All right.
So they said they're not afraid to die.
Yeah, I'll try to make it clear, but I'll make it clear. I'll preface it. This is the This is a Roman commentary about the Hebrews in the Josephus, what they're saying about our people. This is their report about us.
And this is when we are rioting against them, obviously,
yes,
and protesting against the Romans.
Come. It says, let such a one consider again who we are that are to fight, and who are those that are against whom we are to fight. Now these Jews, though they be very bold and great despisers of death, are but a disorderly body, and unskillful in war.
We was throwing hands, huh?
And rather be called a rout than an army. When you look up the 828 of rout,
that's crazy. And it's true.
It says they're called a rout than an army, right? So
it's not a disciplined army.
Yeah, it's
no discipline, no structure.
Yeah, it said I mean, I already said a clamorous crew.
Yeah.
Select company, a party of gaming.
No, 828, not gamers.
They game nowadays. They game.
Party of gamers.
Israel was sent back and be thugs 20 years ago. Now they go.
I got him. GTA.
Oh my goodness.
But if you look up the dictionary terminology for
what's the word?
Rout.
Rout. R-U-O-U.
O-U-T. There you go. I got it. Rout. A rabble. A clamorous multitude. A tumultuous crowd. Right?
There's a bunch of rowdy dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of guys.
Like smash and grab guys in Chicago.
It says in law a rout is where 3 persons or more meet to do an unlawful act.
Yeah.
So we're gonna smash and grab by.
Yeah. We're gonna loot.
What pissed me off, you see Edomites on Twitter, it's like, see, this is that 13% we're supposed to be looking after, right? And they always show Jake running into iPhone stores and just smashing off, taking all the iPhones and running off.
Breaking in Louis Vuitton store.
Like, come on.
Stealing all the bags.
Gotta get the bags out.
The bags or the iPhones. Even though those iPhones are tagged and they're not going to work when you cut them on anyway.
So they'll track them down too. Yeah, track you.
You better keep them things cut off, because they're going to find you. Anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
Now these Jews, though they are to be a very bold and great despisers of death, and are but a disorderly body, and unskillful in war, and may rather be called a rout than an army, while I need say nothing of our skill and our good order, for this is the reason why we Romans alone are exercised for war in time of peace.
Because they're always in a war mindset. You're always in that fighting, war, attacking spirit, bro.
And this is right here. That we may not think of number when we come to fight with our enemies. So Esau is always sharpening his sword and always preparing his army no matter what time it is.
What is book Wars Jews book what?
This is book 3, line 475. Book 3.
No. What's book 3, chapter 10?
Yeah,
what's the paragraph?
10, line 475.
I don't.
It's like it.
Is it paragraph 2?
Oh, paragraph 2. Slide.
And where are we? It's in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle.
I'm just gonna put
10 and 2.
Point 1 through 5. I got a way of doing it because I'm putting. I forgot to print it, so I can slide it in there.
You can put some 4, 7, 5. If you want to.
I know I don't have a book that says these numbers. I
got you.
I got the older.
I like that, but I get what you're saying. But all I'm saying is that they study us. We have a reputation. We have a history. And this is how we fought for years as routes.
Remember I said we were never an organized army. We were never an organized. We just sat back and threw hands out and was quick. We was just quicker than a lot of guys.
This is just proof.
Yeah.
This is proof of the statement.
And we had heart. And if that's not us, come on, who is that? That's not Esau. He don't even fight like that. That's not Esau's nature.
You got heart? Let's go.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Get everything and get the strap. We got heart. We're gonna make this happen.
And that's what Tacitus was saying about the Israelites, the Gauls, and the Iberians. These guys, he says, these guys are vicious. They don't have no discipline, but they're vicious, and they keep coming, and they're not afraid to die. They said that about the the blacks in Britain. They said, man, that because they would sit. I'm not trying. This is not about being a racist, but they said the guys, the redheads and the blondes, they didn't have the same kind of fight as the Swarthy ones. He said these Swarthy ones, they didn't give a damn. They was rolling. They didn't give a damn about death, and they kept coming in waves. He said the only way we beat them is because the tribes wouldn't unite. He said because I'm going to show you this picture right here. If you look at this empire of the Gauls. Look at all these different breakups and groups of these Gauls. There's like six different groups, 6-7 different groups of Gauls that were Israelites. There's no unity here. So all the Romans got to do is just go from group to group, divide and conquer, break them up, and then go to the next group.
Sounds familiar.
Next tribe, break them up, and then all the tribes were fighting one another. And they said by the time the French or the Gauls decided to unite, it was too late.
What?
Yes, by the time they decided to unite, it was too late. Man. That's the history of when Julius Caesar came down and finally broke them down. They were fighting for 150 years while the Romans were just systematically breaking them down. By the time they said, hey, we got to stop fighting each other, y'all, and come together. Too late. We got you.
Come together, y'all.
Yeah. Too late. If that's not the black man, I don't know who it is. It's us all the way. And they said the same thing about the Brits. Say the same thing about the damn French. I mean, about the Spanish. But they weren't really Edomites. They were us at this time. So, now let's go and do verse 6.
1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 6. How also Antiochus, the great king of Asia.
Antiochus, the great king of Asia, was Antiochus III. We read it over many periods ago when Antiochus tried to bite off more than he can chew by taking out the king of the south, the Ptolemies, and getting stopped by the Romans. And the Romans, no, I'm going to take it back. That's wrong. This is when Antiochus the Great went to war against the Romans, fighting over some naval areas and some naval spaces. He took an L.
The Cyclades.
It was somewhere in the islands he went to go make a run at, and he took a loss, and it cost him big time. And he had to pay war indemnities to pay the debt. Then he had to run up in the Indian spot just to get his stacks up. Yep. Then he goes and marries some Indian woman, tries to try to get part of the money. And then they set him up and they close the doors on him. And they kill him from a high position of elevation in the building and the structure. The point is, it all happened because he went against the Romans. The Romans beat him. So this is what's happening now. It's giving you the history of how the Romans gained momentum around the world. They went west. They took out the Gauls. They took out the Iberians. That crippled the Carthaginians in the Punic Wars. Now the Carthaginians are on the ropes. While they're doing that, they also go eastward and take out the Macedonians, wipe out one portion of the Greek Empire. Then they're taking out a portion of Antiochus III's power with the Seleucid Empire, and they're having leverage also with the king of the south. So they're slowly gaining momentum as the Greeks are losing momentum. Remember when David came into power? And it said the house of David grew by the day?
Yeah.
And the house of Saul got weaker and weaker?
Yeah, waxed weaker and weaker.
People think that after Saul died, the kingdom just shifted to David and didn't. David was still only had a portion of the kingdom. Remember, Ishbosheth, his son, was in power.
Yep.
And it took time before that kingdom fell. Because that's how the nature of kingdoms are. People don't just rise and fall automatically. It's not how it happens. So, read verse 6.
Verse 6. How also Antiochus, the great king of Asia, that came against them in battle, having 120 elephants with horsemen and chariots, and a very great army, was discomfited by them.
So Antiochus III lost in his battle against the Romans, and now had to pay for it. Read on.
And how they took him alive, and coveted that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute.
And this is how Esau rose. It doesn't make sense a lot of times in major wars to kill the president of your country, because you need that country to go back to his country and manage the shift and manage the transfer of power. They'd rather sit back here and manage the power shift, keep him alive, so he can deal with those people. And because listen, This is how regime changes operate. If you're going to kill them, cool, but you got to have somebody that has a portion of the people to follow. And in these major wars, it's better to keep the loser to go back to his country and have him under heavy, heavy, heavy sanctions. And that's how you break them. So this is what they're doing. We're not going to kill you. Go back there and make us money. Because it's too much land to cover. So
the Romans were just masters at building roads so that they can get their troops to your location if there's a problem. So that's how they were able to speedily go through and wipe away countries, is by building. Transportation, logistics, and road building, engineering, and road building. They had a specific type of Roman mortar.
Concrete.
It was a mortar that they would put together really quickly and easy.
Mm-hmm.
That was real strong, and they can make a pavement and get to your location quick. They didn't have to ride on rough terrain, so they can get all their troops, all their equipment,
and their supplies, their food. They got to feed these guys. They got to give them their weapons of war. They got to supply them with everything they need in order to keep this war machine going. But in the meantime, if I got a vassal to run things, I got a vassal to run things. Right at this time, all roads didn't lead to Rome yet. That process slowly evolved over time. So for the time being, let the damn king of the north and the Seleucids run this, and for now we'll take your money. Ptolemy, for now we'll take your money, because the Ptolemies are still paying the Romans money, and they haven't even talked about the Ptolemies as if they were like tributaries, because they haven't had a chance to really have their presence felt there yet too, because they're taking out the Carthaginians. Once Carthage gets wiped out, then they can make their way to Egypt with no problem. Mm-hmm. See the point? But they're gradually working their way to this world domination. This is why when you read the Roman Empire, they started going into power in 227 BC, and they got to full power in 27 BC. It wasn't just this lightning strike of victories like Antiochus Alexander the Great had.
It took 200 years for them to conquer the world.
Alexander knocked it out
12.
In 12. That's another reason why they respected him so much. He got through it fast. Whereas the Romans, it was a slow, methodical grind. 200 years of killing and murdering.
But they won't stop though.
And it can't, listen, don't forget, they had it until 470 AD. So 500 years plus. No, close to 700 years of killing and fighting is what the Romans had their kingdom for. That was a hell of a run. 700 years.
Why you say 470?
Because 470 is when the Visigoths ended up taking over Rome. They broke down and took Rome over. And then after 470...
You said that was before or after Rome split in east and west?
That was after. Okay. And then what ended up happening is in 470, Rome fell. And 1,000 years after that was 1453. The timetable connects when Rome fell in 470 by the Visigoths.
You talking about when okay.
And then after that, then the 1,000-year reign of Edom not being in power ran. And after that 1,000 years,
it's better suited for that 470.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And then 1453 is when Spain was the first Edomite nation to get back in power. And you can tell because they started eradicating all the dark-skinned nations out of their country. They moved them to Portugal. Then they moved them from Portugal to North Africa. And then all of a sudden the slavery kicked in.
1453?
Because that was, or I'm going to say this, how about this? Let's be more specific. No, not 1453. 1492.
Yeah.
That was when exploration started. But that was when by 1492.
Let's say approximately.
It's approximate because by 1492, Spain, the Empire of Spain, kicked out all of the foreign invaders, or how they called them foreign invaders, or foreign influence. Because before 1492, you had your Moors, which were black people, Israelites who believed in Islam. And then you had your Sephardic Jews, which were Israelites who got sent from Jerusalem after the fall of 70 AD and got sent to Spain. Because after we fell, some of us got sent to Rome, But the majority of us got sent to Spain. So we sat back and were living in Spain, believing in our beliefs. And then you're Sephardics. And this is when history gets kind of murky. Because there were Sephardics that looked like me and you. And your Sephardics that didn't look like me and you. The Sephardics that looked like me and you got sent to Africa. The Sephardics that didn't look like me and you stayed in Spain.
And they eventually got kicked out too.
Yes.
And then they became what's called new Christians.
Yep.
Because if they didn't, this is during the Spanish Inquisition. So if they didn't change and
blend in
religion, they would be put to death.
But the darkies got kicked out.
Yeah.
You can go to your country where you can blend in with the people that look like you. Then all of a sudden, once we got you to Spain, Portugal said we'll take you, no big thing. Then they got to Portugal and said, no, you got to go here, leave here too. Then they kicked us out of Portugal, got sent to Africa, and that's when the slave trade kicked in. So we got sent from Spain to Portugal to Africa to America, or the Americas. And that's how it started. And that time period was when Esau got back into power. Now in 1492, now we're exploring. So pretty much you can see the shift now goes into Israelites' exploitation. The exploitation of the natives in the Caribbean islands, North, Central, and South America. Now we're getting pillaged and taken over, and the Spanish conquistadores and the Portuguese conquistadors are coming in here wiping us out in the name of Christianity. Simultaneously happening, slave trade starts to happen. Now our downfall is exponentially happening while the so-called white man is gaining his power in Spain. Then it goes from Spain to France and so forth and so on. But this is how it goes down. So for 470 was that time when they lost their control over the region. Okay? So, but it's still a 700-year run with the Romans. Romans in their 700-year run, this is the beginning of it, 227 AD or BC to 470 AD. So let's keep going, sir. Verse 7. Yes.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 7. And how they took him alive and covenanted that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute and give hostages, and that which was agreed upon.
So once again, when Antiochus III lost, he had to sit back and pay taxes or pay fees. And now the Romans had to take hostages as surety on the money that's owed. Okay? Now to tie that in, go to 1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 7 through 10. And we'll go back to this topic, but this verse kind of explains the hostage negotiation that happens once Antiochus III lost. Read that. 1 Maccabees 1 and 7 through 10.
1 Maccabees chapter 1 and verse 7. So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. And his servants bare rule every one in his place. And after his death they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years. And evils were multiplied in the earth. And there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, son of Antiochus the king.
Son of Antiochus the Great, or Antiochus the Third. Epiphanes was son of Antiochus the Third. Read on.
Who had been a hostage at Rome.
Why was Antiochus Epiphanes a hostage at Rome? It was because his dad lost a war against the Romans and had to pay tribute. But in order to make sure the Romans got their money,
They had to
they had to hold on to their son. It's the same reason why Demetrius was a hostage in Rome until they let him go and take over Antiochus and killed his brother, Eupator, or his cousin, Eupator.
Kidnap money.
What's the point? That I got to keep this guy here to make sure you fulfill your end of the bargain. Because if you don't, we're going to have to kill him. But this is kind of giving you the history behind it, so there's no confusion. Did you finish verse 10? No, keep going.
And he reigned in the 130th and 7th year of the kingdom of the Greeks.
So, let's just keep this in mind also. So, if Antiochus gets in power around 137, right? We're in 161. What's the math on that? 14 years? 14 years. 161 minus 137? 14. Is it 24? Is it? Maybe.
You said 161 minus what?
37.
That's 24.
Yeah. Listen, that's a long time of fighting. That's a lot of hell. That's a lot of hell fighting that. To keep that in mind. 24 years of your country flipped upside down. 24 years of war with a little bit of mingled peace. War with a little bit of mingled peace. War with a little bit of mingled peace. That's stressful. Now, Judas kind of gets in. Mattathias kind of kicks in X amount of years into that 24-year period. Okay?
Around 167. I think it was like the beginning of the Maccabean dynasty.
Now, what gets confusing is when they give their dates here. Because when they give their dates in verse 10, it says, he reigned in the 137th year of the kingdom of the Greeks. That doesn't mean it was 137 BC. So, what we might need to do is do 331 minus 137. What's 331 minus 137? 194. Now, that's still a weird time. That still wouldn't fit timeline-wise. 194, now we're at 161. I don't think it was a 30-year period of time. The dates, there has to be something wrong with the dates. Or how they're measuring the time.
Oh, you're talking about the Maccabees.
Well, we're in Maccabees, first Maccabees 1.
Right.
And we're explaining Antiochus Epiphanes and when he comes out and gets into his position. And when he starts putting pressure on Israel, it's probably 194, well, from what the numbers are, 194 BC. Now, I don't know how that's going to fit. That means that's 33 years between when Antiochus starts and where we are now with Judas. I don't know if it was that long of a time. But we'll look into that. We'll look at that another time to tie that in. Those numbers don't look. We weren't fighting for 30 years. I don't think we were fighting for 30 years. It couldn't have been it couldn't have been more than 10. And probably less than 10. But we'll go into that later.
Yeah.
So, let's go back to 1 Maccabees 8. Verse 7.
1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 7. And how they took him alive, and covenanted that he and such as reigned after him should pay a great tribute, and give hostages, and that which was agreed upon. And the country of India, and Media, and Lydia, and of the goodliest countries, which they took of him, and gave to King Eumenes.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover...
Hold on. So what's happening is, when Rome defeated Antiochus, that opened up trade access and a financial connection to India and Media. So now Rome has greater access financially to that region. Because that's why Antiochus III went straight to India. Try to open up these deals to create more money for him.
Can you read that again?
Okay, Rome's victory over Antiochus the Great opened up trade access to India and Media, the land of the Medes. As part of the loss, Antiochus had to forfeit Pergamum, which is western Turkey, to King Eumenes for helping Rome defeat the Greeks in the Macedonian Wars. So what's happening is, we know that Antiochus III lost territory. Also, a portion of Antiochia he had to give to the Romans, along with war indemnity. So this guy, King Eumenes, just got a chance to run western Turkey, which tells you what, that's Hellespont. That's Thrace and Bithynia. So now the Romans have Thrace and Bithynia and Macedonia.
And not Egypt yet.
Not Egypt yet. So the only regions that are still left is the king of the north, the Seleucid Empire, and Egypt. but they're on the ropes and they're already giving tribute. So it's a matter of time before they just topple over and Rome takes it all over.
And they say once Rome injects themselves in your culture, their objective is not to leave.
So they're almost complete with taking over the world. Because once they take the Seleucid dynasty, that goes from Jerusalem all the way to India. And Ptolemy's land was Egypt and all those islands to the east of Rome. Okay? So once again, from verse 2 down is this explaining how they're taking territory over and how they're controlling the region. Read on.
Verse 9.
Verse 9. Yeah.
Moreover, how the Grecians had determined to come and destroy them, and that they, having knowledge thereof, set against them a certain captive, and fighting with them slew many of them, and carried away captives their wives and their children, and spoiled them, and took possessions of their lands, and pulled down their strongholds.
Read it again from the top, verse 9.
Verse 9. Moreover, how the Grecians had determined to come and destroy them, and that they, having knowledge thereof, set against them a certain captive, and fighting with them slew many of them, and carried away captives their wives and their children, and spoiled them, and took possessions of their lands, and pulled down their strongholds, and brought them to be their servants unto this day.
This is talking about examples of how Greece fell. The rest of Greece. We read earlier about the Macedonia falling, but the rest of Greece fell the same way. It doesn't give you names and dates and kings, so you can't get specific. He's just letting you know the Grecians fell the same way the Macedonians fell. Because if you understand the Greeks had different city-states also. You had Macedonians, you had Athenians, you had Grecians. So now we're talking about how the Grecians fell also. By the same way, now they're subject to the Romans. So the Romans have control over the Grecians, the Macedonians, the Gauls of France, the Iberians of Spain. They're about to take over Carthage. They have portions of Western Turkey. Because Western Turkey is what? Your Grecians. So this is explaining how they're gathering land all across the country. Okay, let me see. And it lets you know that you see this yellow on the map. This yellow on the map that's next to Macedonia. It's still Greek territory. It's still Greek territory that the Romans are gaining control over. So
and what they don't say is that it would be seamless also for the Romans to do that, because there was a lot of Greek-speaking territories already in Italy. So the Romans were already familiar with the Greeks. They were already familiar with their culture, their language, their policies.
Yep.
So to take them over really wouldn't be that much big of a deal, because there had already been some Greek influence in Italy already by this time.
So you have Rome, they have Macedonia, Western Turkey, Western Asia Minor, Spain and Gaul. They have certain forms of control over those things. Now let's jump to verse 12, if I'm not mistaken. No, not yet. Before we go to verse 12, let's go to Daniel's chapter 7 and verse 7. So now we can go into Daniel's and explain a little bit about the Roman Empire on a prophetical level. Okay? So Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7.
Let me get it real quick, sir. Read that.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast.
So he's saying now the fourth beast is what Daniel was talking about. Now, when you read in Daniel chapter 7, the vision is about four beasts. The first beast is referred to as a lion with eagle's wings. What kingdom was that? Anybody know?
Which is a griffin.
Yes. What animal or beast did that represent? What kingdom did that represent? Because all these beasts represent kingdoms. Okay? So what kingdom was the first kingdom?
Nebuchadnezzar was the king.
It was the Babylonian Empire. That was the first beast. And it explained it by expressing animal symbolism. Okay? So the second beast was what? It was like a what? A bear. And it raised itself on one side and had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth. What country and kingdom was that? That was the Persian and Mede Empire. Again, it was on one side because the Persians had more power and influence than the Medes. But it was referred to as the bear. What was the third beast? It was the leopard. Who was the leopard representing?
The Greeks?
It was the Greek Empire. We also know Alexander the Great wore a leopard skin skull cap in his wars. And we'll go into this after we get through all the breakdowns and get through the New Testament. We'll go back and break down all of these specific breakdowns, Daniel's 2, 7, all that good stuff. But in the meantime, just a brief synopsis. All of these beasts are given an animal as a representation of it. The leopard was referred to as the Greeks because of the swiftness of the Greeks getting in power. It took 12 years for Alexander to gain control over the entire region of the world. And that's why they were referred to as the leopard. So you had the what? The lion with eagle's wings. You had the bear. Then you had the leopard. So now let's get to verse 8 again. No, not verse 8, verse 7.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible.
So, but what's the difference between verse 7 and all the other verses from 1 to 6? All automatic off rip. What does verse 7 say different than the other verses?
Dreadful and terrible.
Mm-mm. Boom. There you go. It doesn't express the animal. It doesn't tell you what animal it is. All it says is whatever the hell this animal is great, dreadful, and terrible, and strong exceedingly. Let's continue.
And strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it.
Now, what Dawiyat mentioned about the Romans' military prestige, their discipline, their strength, their potency is the same thing that Judas is seeing. Judas is hearing the records of how much discipline they have, and Judas knows I got a ragtag bunch of farmers that's running on E. We need these Romans, but the Romans were known for their military strength and discipline. So we understand there's going to be further proof that expresses that we know this fourth beast is the Roman Empire. We're going to say it now, but the scriptures and history are going to tie it in together. This fourth beast are the Romans. The Romans that came into power in 227 BC, came into full power in 27 BC, and fell in 470 AD. Okay? But they were strong, exceedingly great iron teeth. That's military prowess, military machinery, military weaponry, military skill. And it said, and stamped the residue, meaning the remaining people, with the feet of their military. Read on.
And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it.
Stop. So it said it was diverse. It was different from all the beasts that were before. So we got to find out what made the Roman Empire so much different than you had the Babylonians, the Persians and Medes, and you had the Greeks. Does anybody know the answer to that? What made them different? They all killed. They was all killers. Now they might have been better at it, but that's not what made them different.
Destruction.
What you gotta give me more? You give me a little crumbs, man. I need a little more. Like the politics, brother. This the politics.
The government, the way that they rule.
It's how they ran their government. When you sit back here, look at this image online. Eventually, scripturally, we're going to prove that the beast, the fourth beast, the animal representation was an eagle. But we'll get to that in a second. But you ever see, like in these Roman wars and these shows, that they'll carry a staff like this? and you'll see SPQR. Have y'all ever seen that?
Yeah.
The SPQR just means, I just had it. Where did I put it? Let me see. Give me a second. The SPQR, somebody can look it up for me. It's quick. It's put SPQR meaning. Because you can give me, I want to hear the Roman enunciation and then just what it means. Because what it means is just the people of Rome and the Republic, meaning the Senate and the people. The Senate and the people of Rome. That's what SPQR is, and that's what makes them different. Their symbology is, listen, we're different because we're ruled by a Senate and ruled by the people. So it's not about just the king. Antiochus and the Seleucian line was about one king to another. Father, son, father, son, father, son, father, son. One family line is going to run this thing. Yeah. Same thing with all the Greeks. That's how they roll. That's how they maintain their power. That's how the Persians and Medes maintain their power. Darius and Cyrus and Darius and Cyrus and all these, Xerxes, all that was the same family lines. Mm-hmm. And yet the same thing happened with the Babylonian Empire. They were monarchies. Totalitarian, different styles, but they were monarchies. The difference here is they were run by a Senate and the people had voting rights. Now, it was the wealthy class of the people had voting rights, but they actually voted, and that's in their perspective, that's how they kept their kingdom intact. So it was the Senate and the people of Rome. That's the difference. Okay, so read verse 7 again from the top.
Verse 7. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. Mm-hmm. And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns.
So also, what made this kingdom different, they had 10 horns, and these 10 horns, a horn is referred to as a little power. A little power. So these 10 horns were 10 tributaries whose purpose was to support the kingdom of Rome. You can't have a kingdom dispersed as far as they have without having vassals and certain groups sending resources and supporting the larger group. So these 10 horns, their sole purpose was to militarily, financially, economically support the Roman Empire while getting kickbacks on the side through finances and resources themselves. But they were little powers. They had a little bit of strength and influence, but gave a lot of their resources to Rome. Very much like how NATO right now is backing the United States. If you sit back here and look at NATO, NATO is being squeezed by the United States. And they're being forced to give up more of their GDP to contribute financially to this war in Russia. What they're saying is, what people don't understand is very soon as this war escalates, NATO is going to be going to war with Russia first. NATO is going to war with Russia. NATO is Britain, Germany, France, Spain, what's that? America. Not even America. Not yet. America isn't going boots on the ground yet. NATO's going boots on the ground first. More their Poland, that was one. Poland, they got to give up their money and resources on a higher level and break their empire before America breaks their empire. This is how it is. That's how you know that they're vassals. Because Poland's going to lose their men before America loses their men. Britain's going to lose their men before America loses their men. Germany's going to burn out before America burns out. America needs the freedom and space to keep breaking China. So this is how you know who's vassals even on earth now and who's the top dog. I was listening, man. NATO took some really bum business deals to America these last few months. I'm like, bro, why would you take a sucker deal like that? They don't have a choice. If America doesn't keep pumping out money and resources and military weaponry, they're going to fall anyway. So they got to sit back here and give up whatever little power they have to have any chance of sustaining their empire. So this 10 horns thing has been happening for years, and it still happens now. You have one head dog and the rest are vassals supporting the head top nation. And that's what it's explaining in Daniel 7:7. So let verse 7 go. And we're going to jump real quick to 2nd Ezra chapter 12. Hold Daniel. We'll go back to Daniel, but give me 2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 10. We're going here now because why not? I mean, we were trying to sit back here and explain and give a little bit of history on Rome and how we know Rome is the fourth beast and how we can tie it in. You got to tie in and find out about the beast first. How can you explain what this fourth beast is? Daniel, when he had the vision, the Most High didn't give Daniel the vision of what the beast looked like. The Most High rewarded that blessing to Ezra.
Wow.
Okay, so 2nd Ezra, you type it in 2nd Ezra, chapter 12. Okay, 2nd Ezra, chapter 12, verse. What did I say? 10. 10 through 12. Yep. So, 2nd Ezra chapter 12, verse 10 through 12.
2nd Ezra chapter 12, verse 10. And he said unto me, This is the interpretation of the vision. The eagle whom thou sawest come up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel.
So he's telling it to you clear. The eagle that you're seeing in the vision, Ezra, is the same animal or beast that Daniel saw in his vision. Daniel just wasn't privy to what beast this was. Okay, read on.
But it was not expounded unto him. Therefore now I declare it unto thee.
So now the Most High is saying, Ezra, I am letting you know that this beast that Daniel saw that was great and terrible was really an eagle. Why is that important? When you sit back here and look online, Rome was the first nation to start using the eagle as the symbol of their country. And you can also sit back here and understand that the eagle has been the symbol of every Edomite country. What's the symbol of the United States?
The eagle.
What was the symbol of Germany during their time in power?
A double eagle.
It was the double eagle. Now, the only kingdom that didn't use the eagle, that's okay. It's going to be too hard to see it out. We're going to knock things down.
It's always there, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm just saying it's too hard to see. But the only nation that didn't use the eagle as their symbol that was Edomite were the English. Because Edward the Lionheart changed the symbol from the eagle to the lion to fit his name. But the rest of Europe have used the eagle as the symbol of their empire. I got another one, I think. No, I don't want that one. But if you sit back here and look at the crest of all these royal kingdoms, all these empires, it was the eagle. And that lets you know that this new empire, this fourth beast or this fourth empire is the eagle. Okay? And this eagle thrives, then he falls for a short period of time, for 1,000 years. Then he gets re-emerged in the late 1400s, and the eagle is still in the power even to this day.
That's the Renaissance period.
A lot of times people look at it when they read Revelations 20, and they says the devil was in the bottomless pit for 1,000 years. They think that literally Satan is locked up like Akon, and he can't get out for 1,000 years. Yeah. It's not that.
He's in bread and water for life, in chains.
And he just, I'm back, baby, and he gives back in 1,000 years so we can have it on earth. No, what it is
like Megatron.
Exactly. Exactly. But he says Esau is in chains, or not in power for 1,000 years in the bottomless pit. People don't understand the bottomless pit is Europe. Why is Europe called or referred to as the bottomless pit? Does anybody know why Europe is referred to as the bottomless pit? Yes.
They don't produce or have any real resources. They have to take from everybody else.
I'm going to say this. Europe has very few resources. But the reason they are the bottomless pit is their nation is the source of taking everybody's natural resources. So it's less about the fact that they don't have any natural resources and more about that region is the bottomless pit. It's the place where that sucks everything else from everybody else. That's why they're in Africa. That's why the Brits were. Listen, in this tiny island in Britain, they're in China,
Pakistan,
they're in India, they're in Africa, they're in Hong Kong. They're every damn where. The Spanish, they're sitting back here taking all the gold and silver in all of Central and South America.
And the Philippines.
They're stealing all the resources in the Philippines. And that's how you know, I got to say it on national television, that's how you know. When you sit back here and look at the Spanish and the route that the Spanish took when it was the initiation of Esau being the Spanish coming into power, when you see that they took over Mexico, Central America, South America, and then the Philippines was a Spanish territory, right? Have you guys ever looked at the map and looked at the distance between South America and the Philippines and look at all the adjoining islands in between? Because if you see that, you'll know it's something spiritual to why they chose the Philippines. Why bypass all these other islands with people in there? All these Rapa Nuis and all these other Walla Walla tribes, and you go to the Philippines. That's how you know it was spiritual. So that's why I don't have a bunch of proof. I'm pretty sure people could do it, but Israelites are in significant number in the Philippines, just like they were in significant number in South America, Central America, and all those places. Okay? Because if you look at the maps, they jumped a lot of islands to get to the Philippines. Why else would the Most High allow that to happen? Unless this was the age where Israel had to fall. So what's the point? Europe is still a bottomless pit. I remember reading a book, and it explained that the Spanish took every small little piece of silver. They extracted every piece of silver out of all the mines in Central and South America. You can go into those mines and not see a damn ounce of silver, not see the smallest speck of gold. It was dried clean. It was bone dry in these places. That's how Europe is the bottomless pit. Because they're going to take everything out of the native people's countries and bring it all for the benefit of this bottomless pit called Europe. But that wasn't talking about the literal devil, Satan. So that man and that influence was shut down for 1,000 years after Rome fell.
And if you worked in those silver mines, you did. It was a death sentence. You didn't come out until you died.
Listen, whether it's that, and there were other like jobs that was even worse. There was other places up in the higher mountains where you had a life expectancy of, it was mercury mines.
Yep.
And the natives had to mine mercury. And within a year of mining mercury, you start getting the shakes. And after a year or two, you were going to die. So literally, they were being sent to their death. And you were going to die. And when you start getting the shakes, you were on your way out.
Yep.
And then after you died, they just replace you.
Mercury is a heavy metal, doesn't come out the blood.
And they were in mercury mines because that was a thing that they wanted. Other scenarios, it was so bad, the native workers didn't even want food because they were getting like daily per diems for food. They just said, "Let me just get paid in alcohol, man." That was how depressing life was. If all I got to live for is work till I die, then I might as well just be drunk every day. And people's will to live were zapped out. And that's what the bottomless pit looked like. So the bottomless pit, if you think about it, this is why in Daniel 7, it talked about the eagle, or that fourth beast, and all its vassals. Because what would happen is, whoever was the head Edomite nation, you would have vassals that would extract and pull and take away from all the other countries around for the benefit of the head vassal. It wasn't just Rome and the 10 tributaries. It was whoever was in power in every other country that worked alongside with them. So if it was Spain, and if it was Spain on top, England was fighting to pull resources too. The Dutch were pulling resources too. Then it was the French were pulling resources. They were all pulling resources. The region pulled resources. That's how you know who the devil is and who the eagle is in general. Because the eagle was in the region of the bottomless pit where all the resources are brought to. This is why Columbus, they took so much gold that the ships were what? Sinking. Because all those resources were going to Europe. That's the point. That's how you know how the Bible is speaking to you. It explains everything we're experiencing now. He explains it scripturally to leave no doubts. So now Ezra is saying, listen, the fourth beast that Daniel couldn't put a finger on the animal, Ezra is saying that fourth beast is talking about the eagle. And that eagle had the power and control and had 10 horns or 10 tributaries or 10 supporting nations or land areas that supported the growth and the sustenance of Rome. Then Rome falls in 470. They take a hit for 1,000 years, and when a 1,000-year period was going on, our people ruled that time period. Then we lost control of the time period, and then all of a sudden, Esau comes back into power. Now listen, you can sit back here, King James and his son, King James is in power. He dies. His son Charles I dies. No, his son Charles I wasn't as strong as he was, and he lost grips of the control of Europe or England, and he was killed. He was beheaded. Then Charles II kicks in. They bring him back in, but then what ends up happening is they don't really tell you. Well, let me see. It was the House
of Windsor.
No. They do it really sneakily. They remove the House of Stuart because that was the house of King James. Don't forget, King James was initially a what? A Scot. You know that, right?
Yeah.
He was king of the Scots first. Then he came down and took over Britain. After his line got removed, Dutch leadership came in there. But you don't know that really, because you would think it's just Edomites successfully running in Egypt, in Britain the whole time. It was the House of Orange. I think it was the House of Orange. I wrote it down a long time ago, but the House of Orange ended up taking position in Britain, and you can kind of put two and two together and see that was when an Edomite secession kicks in. And over many of the years, this is how they start keeping Edomites in these monarchy positions. There's even who is the king of England now? What was his name? It was Prince Charles, right? Prince Charles. Well, I think it was Charles. Did you know that Prince Charles has German lineage? He was doing a speech. Was that? It was King Charles III. When he had a speech and he made this German joke that only Germans know, because his lineage goes and roots into Germany. It's not British. Why am I saying that? This is how they were able to mask and change the monarchies from black to Edomite. Yeah. Somehow in the shuffle, they're not going to let this information just be divulged on Wikipedia. They're not going to do that. That's why I said the Dutch, that's what it was. The House of Orange came in and infiltrated and took over the monarchy in England. And that's when it stopped being black. They'll tell you that King James's son, his nickname was Black Boy. Literally, they said King James's son's name, his nickname was Black Boy. That's facts. Black Boy was his nickname. You ain't calling a white boy a black boy. That ain't coming out your mouth. Even when your kid is high yellow. Is your high yellow son gonna be called Black Boy?
No.
Not even a high yellow kid is gonna be called Black Boy.
Call him Red or something like that. You don't call him.
Yeah, you gonna call him Little Red. You gonna call him Little Red. That's what you gonna call him. You ain't calling a little high yellow boy Little Black Boy. It ain't gonna happen. So let's not cap. So how did it switch from Little Black Boy and Swarthy and all these names to these white guys? So just look at the cross. If for anybody that has the time and energy to really look into it, just look into how these houses switch from Dutch Netherlands territory or from Scotland. All of a sudden, Dutch are in there in power, and now they have control of the English monarchy. And how King James or somebody would have control, not King James, but King Charles III would have German origins. How the hell do you have German origins? Doesn't make sense. I thought you were from a royal line of Brits. But this is how they mask Edomites in these positions of monarchy. But when that happens, they get back into power. These heads are now taking control over the bottomless pit again. So now once they're back into power, it's business as usual for these bottomless pit boys. Now we can exploit and plunder and take advantage of all the weak, of all the lower level countries, the third world countries, to our benefit. That is more of the focus of the bottomless pit. It's the accumulation and the sucking of all the resources to one place. Does that make sense? Okay, and it ties into, everything ties back into ancient Rome, which is the beginning of the eagle, and all the vassals that work around them or work in support of them. So,
and you can look up that tapestry called the Wild Men of Wartburg.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one.
Wild Men of
the Wild Men of Wartburg.
Mm-hmm.
Wartburg.
That's in the annals of Germany, or art museums of Germany. If I'm not
Wild
mistaken.
Men of Moors.
Mm-hmm.
If you look up online,
yeah, all that's true.
Precisely right. It gives that whole. It's like a snapshot of that time period.
Yeah, but like I said earlier in class, it's always been in Europe. Esau wants to paint Europe like the Vikings and the Norsemen. They were just Edomites. And then Israel wants to say it was just black people. They were both wrong. It was black and white in Europe the entire time. It was black and white in Europe the entire time.
Which is like,
fighting and struggling for supremacy in the land.
Which is basically an extension of Esau and Jacob.
Well, that I was going to go there. It's literally about that. It goes back into how they were going to be fighting each other, and we were going to have control for a period of time. What's that verse? If y'all can get that, it goes in. It's in Genesis, and it just deals with the fact that we were going to be fighting one another. We were going to have leverage. I think it's when it comes to the blessings.
20.
I think it's in 27.
27.
Yeah, it's in 27. It talks about the blessings that came to Israel. It's 27 and 40, if I'm not mistaken. Matter of fact, read verse 38. Genesis 27. Genesis 27. Verse 38. through 40.
Okay. Genesis chapter 27 and verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above.
So you're going to sit back here and dwell and be blessed off the resources of the earth. Okay, read on.
And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shall
It has not Esau lived by the sword? Their sustainability is based on their ingenuity, their science and technology, their capacity to create bigger, badder, stronger, more potent instruments of war. Even right now, is the United States military top of the line? By no means, as far as military personnel. But what keeps the United States maintain their leverage? It's their weaponry. It's their technology. It's their instruments of war that keeps them in the game. Their whether it's their destructive weaponry or their anti-aircraft missiles, their submarine capability. That's what keeps them in power. The sword, their technology used towards innovating the sword is what's got them in power. That's what Esau sits back here. They establish their whole world based upon it's a technological race. Who can sit back here and stay on top technologically?
The microchip wars that got going on.
Listen, even China. Why is China even in a position to compete? Why is China in a position to compete right now? Because it's never been about China. The only reason China is even in a position is because Esau gave their technology up to China in the 70s.
Messed up.
Yeah.
They gave it to them to weaken the United States and to pull China from Russia. That's the only reason China's in the game right now. It's because Esau gave them what they were blessed with. Because before, China was walking around here with the little Chinaman hats and their little suits.
Yeah. When you read,
you ever see those old people, Jet Li and stuff? That they would just walk around with those little pitty pat shoes and they'll kick your ass in the fight. But Esau bring their Gatling guns and it's game over.
Pour the tea.
Hey, remember first Samurai or Last Samurai? They were getting their tails kicked in.
Yeah, you had Marco Polo.
Yeah.
Go to China in the 1200s, and he said that anything that died in the rivers, they would scramble for it. They would scramble for anything that was putrefied because it was so poor that dead meat was a delicacy. Dead, rotting meat was a delicacy. Yeah, like they would scramble and fight over anything that's floating, dead, rotting, putrefied, and they would make a soup out of it. He said that was real in China in the 1200s.
Wow.
God. I mean, that's the thing. So now you have Mossad and other companies, other people have stolen our information and given it to them. Now they're competing it on some kind of a level. But that's to the demise of this place. But what am I saying? Esau was given the science and the understanding and the technology to sit back and stay on earth. This all comes from the Most High. Didn't the scripture say that it's in Isaiah 60 something? It says the waster was built to destroy. I'm gonna find the verse. It's in Isaiah in the keywords waster. Yep. It says, behold, this is Isaiah 54:16. Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire,
Yes.
and that bringeth forth an instrument for his work. And I have created the waster to destroy. The Most High has given Esau the technological understanding to make atom bombs, to sit back here and make all the devices that he's going to use to destroy him.
The musket gun.
But he's used all of that to kill him.
The cannon, the Gatling gun.
Because didn't the scripture say, be careful about the devices that you do against your people, because you're also digging a hole for yourself. I'm paraphrasing it, but there's a proverb where Job talks about, be careful about the hole you dig for somebody else, because you're really digging a hole for yourself. You're going to fall into it. All these weapons that are used to destroy and subjugate people are going to be used to wipe you out. All these nuclear weapons you're using to sit back here and keep Russia in check and keep everybody, you're going to use that, it's going to fall on you. I'm going to tell you this. There's a scripture, not scripture, historically, it says all those UFO sightings. Do you know where the majority of UFO sightings are based at? Europe. It ain't in Phoenix or Arizona or Area 51. They said that the majority of these UFO sightings are during military bases and nuclear silo hideouts. And what's gonna this isn't etched in stone, but there can be a convincing argument to say that once all these bombs are getting shot up, that all these angels and all these resources and all these UFO sightings are going to be happening to wipe out the nuclear bombs that's supposed to be going everywhere else in these different countries. Because scripturally, where are the nuclear bombs going to?
Babylon.
United States, Babylon. So you don't think U.S. got all these bombs focused on everybody else?
Go out.
You know how easy it could be for chariots to wipe out all of our military silos and our little hideouts? And then nothing goes out, but everything comes in?
There's a video. There's a video online that showed they shot a missile and then a chariot shot beams or laser beams.
That was what I saw.
I don't know what the word.
Deactivated
mid-flight.
Yes.
Out of this world.
So that's what's going to happen. Also, there's chariots in the water. So when you have these nuclear subs shooting nuclear bombs from the water, you'll have chariots coming from the water doing the same thing.
Unidentified submerged objects.
Yes,
USOs.
that's facts.
Not UFOs. USOs.
Listen, there is military documentation where people see chariots coming out of the water.
The Navy did.
And float out.
The Navy has those.
God, they see it a lot.
And people are saying that are not biblically initiated.
Aliens.
They're saying that this is high secret technology that Esau is experimenting with. They're giving the credit to Esau's science that they're creating these UFOs and they have this secret weaponry. Whereas really the Most High keeping them in check.
And so when he wants to push the button and blow up Russia and blow up all these countries, there's a good chance that their weapons are not going to work or get destroyed, and everybody else will work right on time.
Which is still prophecy.
It is prophecy. That's why I said you can make a very good assumption. That's how it can go down. But that means all of Esau's weapons and all that money and resources doesn't even work for you. It works against you. Because the Most High is in control of the knowledge he's given the rest of the world to exploit, to eventually work against them. There's a very good chance that those drones weren't drones and that they were chariots. But I can't prove it, so I don't really talk about it. So, where are we at? Genesis. Keep going.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse 39.
39 is fine.
39.
No, I want 40. Because this is the blessing that Isaac gives to Esau. Read verse 40. So we know that their blessing is the exploitation of the land and the resources on earth. Verse 40.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse 40. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shall serve thy brother.
So he says, and by thy sword shalt thou live, and shall serve thy brother. So, do you think this prophecy is just supposed to be in the land of Canaan?
That's it.
It's just Esau and Jacob and that's it? This is a prophecy that follows these two nations. This is a prophecy that follows these two nations. Because if he's saying that Esau is going to serve his brother, that means the Most High is going to have us in strategic locations all around the world throughout history where Esau has to serve his brother Jacob. In Britain, Esau was serving his brother Jacob before the Romans got there. Esau was serving his brother Jacob in the land of France, in the Gaul area. They were serving their brother Jacob in Iberia. They were serving their brother Jacob in Germany. They were serving their brother Jacob in Norris region. This is something that's been happening all throughout the world from the beginning.
In Portugal also.
In Portugal, this was an aspect of prophecy. They were serving Israel when Esau was serving Jacob. The Edomites were serving Israelites even in Israel. So all throughout the world, Esau was serving Jacob. Let's keep going. This is part of the process. Read on.
And shall serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion.
Stop. So now he says, after Jacob has power over you, the tide's going to switch. And all around the world, you're going to have power over him. This is prophecy. This is not just for today. This is not just for literal the man Esau and Jacob that time. He's saying Jacob's going to be over you all throughout history. And then there's going to be a tide that switches. And the circumstances are going to be reversed, and you're going to be over them. This is history. But this is all throughout world history. So this black and white thing, we were always tethered to each other. Jacob and Esau was always tied into one another, having to coexist with each other.
Struggling
for power and position.
They were struggling in the womb.
They were struggling in the womb. They were struggling in Europe, in Germany, in France,
in America.
It's always been this struggle, and these two nations have always been fighting.
It's not just Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi. Come on. Oh man, Mississippi, that's the reason why this black man's struggling, bro. What's going on in Mississippi?
This has been going on. There was Mississippi in Germany. How about that? There was Mississippi in Norris land.
Mississippi burning, huh?
Yeah.
When you think of like these Vikings, there was brothers out there with hamburger on their chest, right? You know what I'm saying? They had nappy hair too. There wasn't just these blondies walking around here, right? It was Jake out here, had their own little clans, and Esau had their clans. It wasn't just Edomites. Everywhere it was this dynamic. So read it again from the top, verse 40.
Verse 40. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
He's telling you, eventually, you're going to break the yoke that Jake had over you.
And that's why
Israel had over you. But it was going to take years.
And this is why Esau is a long-term thinker. He's a long-term thinker because, listen, you got to think like that to get your freedom, right? You got to just not stop until you're free.
So just think, Esau was subservient and was in the low position until Greece.
Yep.
Because don't forget, Greece was black and white too. Don't be Alexander was mixed.
Yeah.
Alexander, mama was a native. His daddy was Edomite. He says, what made Philip the Macedonian bring it all together? That was the shift. He united the black tribes and the white tribes together. And that's what took them off. You think it was just white boys that took over the world?
Because Blake
No,
Griffin.
it was Jake
like,
too, right?
He was like Blake Griffin.
It was art, probably. It was red. That was red right there. But what's my point? It was our people and Esau together fighting the Persians and Medes. Because Greece was black and white. The whole world was that way. And then it went from black and white, united, and then Esau got on top. Boom.
Yep.
Then Rome got on top. Boom. Then Rome fell, and then we came back into power for a short period of time. Because in the grand scheme of things, 1,000 years ain't nothing. So we got back on top again for a short period of time. You can look at all the noble coat of arms for the Dark Ages. There was a lot of black faces in those coat of arms.
Yep.
And then after that 1,000-year period goes in, now Esau got back in stride and sustained power from 1450s to present day. But if you think about it, from the 1450s to now, how many years is that? Only 600?
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing. 600 really ain't nothing in comparison. We had it for 1,000. And then they had it for like 1,000. Because the Greek and the Roman time was around 1,000 years. The Greeks ran it for like 3, right? Greeks 331? 331. Okay,
say
so
333.
Oh yeah, 3. Well, you know, it depends. So look at 331 to 470. 470 AD. That's around how long? That's around 1,000. No, that's around 800 years. So 800 years, Edomites had the power. Then they lost it for 1,000. Now they're back up for another 600 years. That's what. But how much power did we have before the Greeks got in power? How long were we on top? All throughout Europe.
At least a good 700
or more.
Yeah, from 470 to around 1400s. So
yeah, that's 1,000. But I'm talking about like before the Greeks got into power. We had it for another 1,000, 1,400 plus years. From the time of us being in Canaan to the time we fell in 586. That was another 1,000 years. So we had a longer run on top than them. But prophetically, he says, you guys, Esau is going to be up under your brother. Then you're going to finally break through. And that was the blessing Esau was given. That's it. Does that make sense? You got to look at it from a historical perspective. So it just lets you know that Esau was subject to Israel all throughout Europe until they weren't. So it's always been that dynamic. That's the point. So even when it comes to monarchies, it was black monarchies and it was white monarchies. Black monarchies, white monarchies. Black tribalism, white tribalism. It's been this way. Right? So, you got something?
Yeah, just mention how the Most High he blessed him, but he blessed him with a curse. Because he told him, you know, you're gonna be blessed, but you gotta live by the sword. That means that in order for you to have power, you have to commit murder in order for you to have power. That was the only way that Esau would be allotted to have power, is that he'd have to be a murderer. So you convict yourself in the process of gaining authority. So you have like John chapter 10 verse 10 say, he said, the thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and destroy. So you put a mark of a murderer on yourself in the event of receiving world domination.
Yep.
That's the only way. When you look at the white man's civilization, there's nothing that he built fairly. There's nothing that he built. No civilization that he built fair and square. Every civilization he's built has been
on death.
Rape, rob, pillage, steal, kill, and destroy. There's no civilization he built because he was on an even playing field and he was more intellectually superior or morally superior than anybody else. There's no civilization the white man ever had that was that way.
Yep.
Everything has been brought out by killing. So in order
just housing other people's ingenuity.
Yeah, just stealing, killing, and destroying. So it's just it's just more evidence to show who he is and why the Most High allows him power, but he has to declare himself a murderer in the process.
And he has to literally do the evil deeds of destroying people's lives to maintain his position.
Well,
so where are we at, y'all, in the topic? I'm not trying to take away from the topic, but we have to kind of explain Rome and try to paint the picture of what we're dealing with Rome. So let's get 2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 10 through 12 again, just so that we are clear about what this fourth beast is that Daniel was trying to explain that was great and terrible with these teeth. Read that again, 2nd Ezra 12 and verse 10 through 12.
2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 10. For thou hast judged me worthy to show me the last times. And And he said unto me, this is the interpretation of the vision. The eagle whom thou sawest come up from the sea is the kingdom which was seen in the vision of thy brother Daniel.
So now he's saying that eagle that comes up out of the sea refers to the nations. So out of all the nations, the eagle rises up above the rest of the world. And the eagle was this great kingdom that had a government that was peculiar and different from everybody else. Okay? So you got to kind of put 2 and 2 together and kind of put together what's being said here. I want to read this too. Matter of fact, keep going. Keep reading. Keep reading your point.
Verse 12. But it was not expounded unto him. Therefore now I declare it unto thee.
Okay. So, what's the next verse you want to go to? Let's do let's go to 1 Maccabees 8 real quick. We're going to jump a little bit. We'll get back right. I just want to bring out a point about what made them diverse. Can you give me Daniel 7 and 7 verse? Real quick. It's Daniel 7 and 7. Then we're going to jump back to 1 Maccabees 8.
Okay. Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly. And it had great iron teeth.
So we know that fourth beast is talking about the eagle. It had great iron teeth. It's talking about their military prowess. Read on.
It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it.
The residue of the nations that tried to defend themselves from the Roman onslaught. Read on.
And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it.
Now what we're going to do is explain how the Romans were diverse from all the beasts or kingdoms before them. Now we go to 1 Maccabees 8 and verse 13 through 16.
1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 13. Also that whom they would help to a kingdom, those reigned, and whom again they displaced.
He's just showing basic geopolitical positioning. The people that favor us will back you and go to war with you. Read on. He says the people that we don't like will replace your regime and put somebody else that's more Roman friendly. Read on.
Finally, that they were greatly exalted.
Now that's what any kingdom would do, because all kingdom had vassals. But keep going.
Yet for all this, none of them wore a crown.
This is what makes them different. The Romans didn't wear crowns.
So that's the question. So is that leading? I'm not going to try to jump the gun, but so they're saying their governmental structure
Was different.
was not monarchy.
Yes, it wasn't a monarchy, and that's what makes them different from the previous beast.
It was a Roman Republic.
The Roman Republic, SPQR, the Senate, the people, the Roman Republic. It was a different style government than the previous beast. They had nobody ever seen a government like this. This is why it was such a change. Okay, read on.
Or was clothed in purple.
He said nobody wore purple. Nobody had a monarchical position. Read on.
To be magnified thereby. Moreover, how they had made for themselves a senate house.
This is what blew other nations away. These guys have a senate house. There's no monarchy. Nobody wears purple. There's no top dog. Read on.
Wherein 320 men sat in council daily.
So he says you have 320 men making decisions for the commonwealth of the people. This is out of this world. And this is why the Roman Republic was diverse from the other beasts. Because even Greece didn't run things this way. Governments established their pattern of ruling through the Roman template. This is why the eagle is talking about from Rome down. Because the Greeks were Edomite, but they still had a monarchy. So the Greeks were the beginning of the Edomite nation. This is why when you read in I think it's Romans, the beast starts with Rome, but the eagle starts with, the beast starts with Greece, but the eagle starts with what? With Rome, because their system of government is from Rome down have similar connections. Whether it's the French government, they all were operating and moving like that direction eventually. Okay? Read on.
Consulting always for the people, to the end they might be well ordered, and that they committed their government to one man every year.
So there had to be one man that was elected who was Caesar, but who was subject to the 320 men and the people that he worked for. This is why they killed Julius Caesar. Yeah. They said, nah, dog, you're taking too much power. and
You're not
using
the
your
emperor.
leverage.
You're not the emperor.
And that's why all the senators got a stab in.
It's like 43 of them or something like that.
Yep.
43 senators stabbed Julius Caesar.
So who killed him? Who killed him? You really can't pin it on one person.
And guards too.
Exactly. But that's because he went against the Roman way. But this is why they were so diverse. Read on.
Who ruled over all their country, and that all were obedient to that one, and that there was neither envy nor emulation among them.
Now, was there envy and emulation? Yes, it was. But the system was created to neutralize envy, emulation, and too much power from one person or another.
It was a lot of checks and balances.
Kinda.
Con.
That's the only way you can sit back and keep a bunch of scoundrels in line.
And why is that? Because this guy, you only got 4 years. You only got 4 years to be on top. I stopped waiting
1 year. You mean now or
I'm
back
talking
then?
about like Senate, Caesars and stuff like
That
that.
was 1 year. It was 1 year.
Caesar's
It was
1 year?
one. It just said it.
Okay. But I thought it advanced to the point where they had the people were elected different times.
But no, what it was is, like, for instance, Caesar Augustus had the longest run. But they kept wanting him to take the position versus him strong-arming it. That's what it was. Now listen, let's not act like the Roman government was like the picture of honor, because it wasn't. It was a bunch of dirtbags and corruption. You can even watch basic movies and see that.
And if you weren't of the equestrian order, if you weren't wealthy and had horses, and you weren't educated, you couldn't sit in the Senate.
And you couldn't vote.
You couldn't sit in the Senate. That means you couldn't determine laws. You couldn't make you didn't have a say so in the government if you didn't come from a wealthy order. So they wanted their elite, most wealthiest people making the best decisions for the people.
Yep.
So you were a slave.
Yep. So it was corrupt, like all things are, but the ideology was inspiring to everybody else on earth, because all everybody else knew was totalitarian monarchical governments, right? So now we understand from Daniel 7 why this fourth beast was so much different. How the government was set up now, how their government was set up, and how their symbol is the eagle. And you look at the image, how can it not be the Roman Empire? Roman Empire's kingdom was the eagle, and it was diverse in how they ran their government. It's very simple, and it's not a stretch at all to explain it this way. So now, with that being the case, let's go to 2nd Ezra, chapter 11, verse 1 through 3. Now, eventually we'll do this one too. 2nd Ezra 11 and 12 explains and breaks down the Roman Empire and explains the fourth beast. Okay, 2nd Ezra 11 and chapter 12 together breaks down the Roman Empire and the history of the Roman Empire leading into the latter part of the Roman Empire, which is America. Okay, so let's do this. 2nd Ezra chapter 11, verse 1.
2nd Ezra chapter 11 and verse 1. Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle.
Okay. So we just read in chapter 12 what that eagle was. You see how what happens is 2nd Ezra 11 is the dream. 2nd Ezra 12 is the explanation of the dream. Okay. So now we're reading about the actual dream. So read that again from the top, sir.
2nd Ezra chapter 11 and verse 1. Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle, which had 12 feathers, wings, and 3 heads.
So it says this eagle had 12 feathers and 3 heads. Okay. Okay. Read it again from the top.
2nd Ezra chapter 11 and verse 1. Then saw I a dream, and behold, there came up from the sea an eagle, which had 12 feathered wings and 3 heads. And I saw...
Hold on. The 12 feathered wings is referring to the 12 Caesars that had dominion over or during the Roman Empire, from Julius Caesar all the way to Domitian. They were the 12, and I'm not going there all heavy because it's a lot. But the eagle is talking about, or the 12 feathers is obviously a part of the eagle. And those 12 feathers talking about the history of the Caesars from Julius Caesar onward to the last Caesar before the fall in around 470 AD. Okay? And the 3 heads are talking about the 3 leading empires of the Edomite nation after World War II. And that takes you to Britain, Russia, and America. And we'll go into that to explain that later. But it goes, the heads are literally talking about when everything happened in 45. Remember that picture of, it was of Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin. Remember that? I don't know if you remember that picture many years ago. It was in a Treaty of Paris, something like that. It just showed all 3 of those top leaders, and it breaks down and explains. The funny thing, they were in a perfect order to where it was like the United States president was on the far left, Churchill was in the middle, Stalin was on the right. But it gives you an example of the 3 heads that were the heads of that Edomite empire at the tail end of their power. But the 12 feathers gives you the inception of the eagle and the 12 Caesars that ran the Roman Empire through their reign. Okay? So, continue.
Verse 2. And I saw, and behold, she spread her wings over all the earth.
When it says that Romans spread their wings or their influence over all the earth, what does that mean? All roads lead to what?
Rome.
All roads lead to Rome. Read on.
And all the winds of the air blew on her, and were gathered together.
So Rome had control and jurisdiction over the entire known world. Read on.
And I beheld,
Too, if you wanted it.
and out of her
Okay,
feathers.
look, did you send an email on it or
Yeah,
a text?
Email.
You see it? 1 second, Thou. I just want to
Yes,
see this
sir.
picture real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah. So keep going.
Verse 3. And I beheld, and out of her feathers there grew other contrary feathers.
Okay.
And they became little feathers and small.
So listen. The 3rd verse goes into the 8 contrary feathers. The 8 contrary feathers are talking about post-Renaissance empires from the original region of the Roman Empire that eventually was striving for power in the region. Because when you're sitting back here and looking at this eagle, you can't look at this eagle or this breakdown in terms of just Rome. You have to look at the eagle as the beginning of Esau really taking power on a global level. And you got to look at it as its evolution of Esau taking power and maintaining power from this region. Because from the time of Rome on, the majority of the power and decisions and the seat of influence came from where? Think about where the influence, power, and the significant decision making, where did it come from? From the time of Rome all the way till now. The majority of the decisions, the power grabs, the influence, the resources went to Europe. Now, scripturally, the only time it changed, because these eight contrary feathers are still talking about little powers that emerged from this eagle over the centuries of time. The only time the Most High specifies a difference in the focus of the power struggle being in Europe is when you read in Daniel 7 when the Most High said there was a little horn that emerged out of all these other horns. That little horn, that little power is talking about what? It's talking about America. That was the only other country that emerged out of this other power source that centralized and focused in Europe. So when you read about this eagle, the majority of this eagle is dealing with all the different countries that rose up out of power in the same territories that the Romans had power and jurisdiction over. Does that make sense? Is any questions so far on that? Troy, you got any questions? This is what this chapter is dealing with. Now, if we're going to get specific with, let me see, these countries. This is a decent image, but now let's go here. Let's go here. If we're going to look at European influence, the Roman influence, look at this map here, and this gives you the beginning of what we're explaining. The beginning of it deals with what did ancient Rome had jurisdiction over. They had obviously control over Italy. They had control over France, which is Gaul. They had control over Iberia, which is Spain. They had control over Britain, British Isles. They had control over Germania, which was Germany, and everything east of it. When you see Germania, that's literally Germany, because we know Germany and France are neighbors. Okay? But then you'll go and look at this image, thinking of Germania. Now we see Germany now. We see Germany, we see France. What is east of Germany?
Austria.
You have the Austria-Hungarian Empire. That still was part of ancient Rome. Rome had control over this area also. So he's telling you these are parts of those 8 contrary feathers. To be specific, we're dealing with Britannia, which is Britain and Ireland. This is that region. Dealing with the Gauls. The Gauls is France, and you can't not just include France. It's France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Because didn't the Belgians at one period of time have a significant stake in Africa? The Belgian Congo. They had a strong presence in Central Africa. So they had a little power.
Come on, Leopold.
Yeah, King Leopold. But the Belgians had power when they were splitting up Africa in the 1800s. So, but that Belgian territory and the Netherlands territory still connects to old France. So you got France, which is the Gauls. You have Germany. You have Britain. You have Iberia, which is Spain and Portugal. These, what I'm explaining, these regions are the regions of the 8 contrary feathers. That over time they're just fighting and shifting, and they're fighting each other for position amongst the rest of the Edomite kingdoms. Okay? Then you sit back here, and what's up?
I'm just gonna text him real quick. If you don't mind.
Okay, so then Britannia, Gaul, Hispania or Iberia was Spain and Portugal. Then you have the Danube region, which is everything east of Germany. Everything in the red, which is which is bordered in the red, is talking about Austria and Hungary. How you know?
I know.
Okay. Okay. So everything surrounding In that border is Austria-Hungary region, and you have your Polish region. That's your Danube region. Then you have Germania, which is Germany. And if you count the cities and the countries inside of it, it'll give you around 8. Britain, France, Belgium, Spain, Portugal, Austria-Hungary, Poland, and Germany. That'll give you those 8 contrary feathers. Why are they contrary?
Because they're neighbors, but they don't agree.
Exactly. Listen, the French. The funny thing is, historically, the British knew that the French didn't like and trust the Germans. So the British would sit back here and support. They allowed the French to be in the second seat of power, but not so much to where they can exploit Germany. Historically, they would explain this to you. They gave Germany just enough space to keep French focused on Germany, so that the British could go sit back here and push their domination all around the world. And that's why the British focus on their naval superiority while simultaneously allowing French and Germany to keep fighting at each other. This is how the British maintain their superiority. And when you sit back here and look at how the British sustained the world, they knew to give the French a little bit of power, but not that much power. Let the Germans get strong, but not too strong. Because people understand, when Germany started sitting back here and making really threatening moves against Britain, that's how World War I started. The British, and with their naval presence, wasn't letting the Germans go to South America to try to get access to the fertilizer to build their crops. So what the Germans ended up doing, they learned how to create and pull nitrogen from the air and to build their own fertilizers without using having to test the naval superiority of the British. What they don't tell you is that what the Germans were trying to do was do broker deals with the Turks and run oil pipelines from Germany through Turkey to Iraq, Iran, to circumvent the need to deal with the British. So the British had to sit back here and break Germany and not allow the Germans to get any more financial and economic superiority over the British moves. So this is an example of contrary feathers just going at one another.
Conflicting.
And then even after World War I, they end up allowing the British to get a little bit more power to not let the French get too comfortable. The French wanted the Germans to be sanctioned forever. The British let them grow a little bit higher to keep the French at bay, to keep everybody at control, to keep the group destabilized. But this has been going on since even before that. I mean, I can't count on my hand how many wars have been going on between the French and the British and the Irish, the British and the Germans, Austria-Hungary and the French, Austria-Hungary and the Germans. These wars and these battles have been going on for hundreds of years. And it's just an example of the contrary feathers and all the history that's unraveled in that region. It's just been Edomite on Edomite crime.
White on white crime?
White on white crime for hundreds of years.
There's black on black crime.
Well, there was black on black and there was white on white crime. They just call it wars. They're just wars. They're just not fighting over blocks. They're fighting over who has access to these seaports.
Yep.
When you sit back here and read books, they'll sit back here and the Spain gets mad because they don't get pieces of this and pieces of this, and the French want more, and the French want parts of Africa, and the Spanish want parts of Africa, and the Italians want Ethiopia. They're all fighting for natural resources so that they can maintain their GDP. And then the British were like, especially when the British were in power, Italians, we don't want you to have that yet. You can have this, but you can't have that. You can have this, but you can't have that.
And when the Spanish got to the Americas, they had a monopoly on the trade from North, Central, and South America, mainly Central and South America. And then so you had to get a license. The Spanish would distribute a license for you to navigate in their waters.
Oh, yeah.
And so the British would get upset because the Spanish wouldn't give them license to sail into Spanish waters, which is Central and South America and Hispaniola. So the British used to set up and finance raiders, like what's his name, Walter Riley, Sir Walter Riley. Like, so these when they get this name Sir, that means they've been knighted. Knighted by who? So it's after they've done an exploit of courageous deeds for their country, then you get knighted and then you become a Sir. When you become a Sir, that means you've done something dangerous, you put your life on the line. Usually that meant at that time that you raided some Spanish ships or some Spanish gold. Or you pirated some Spanish gold that was coming back to Spain, and you robbed it. So they were constantly robbing.
So they had like that?
Yeah, they were constantly robbing each other back and forth across the ocean. And if you seized enough spoils, then you get knighted, and you get the name Sir put in front of your name. So a lot of these the histories of America, when you look at how Spain controlled all the waters, and both on this side, on the Atlantic side, and on the Pacific side, they had the backside of Spain as well. I mean, the backside of Mexico as well. They had the Pacific side. So they ran trade all together. So they would sabotage each other to get dominance over the waterways.
Was that the pirate era? You
could say that was the pirate era. No, it was a pirate era because Spain had domination over the water, especially to the New World. So they didn't want nobody. Spain didn't want anybody sailing in the New World because they had maximum riches and wealth being extorted out of Peru, out of Chile, out of Argentina, out of the Caribbeans. So they had maximum out of Brazil. So they didn't want any European power sailing. So there's a book that explains how this is why the British got into the slave trade kind of late. They didn't really get into the slave trade until around the 1800s because they weren't given license to navigate the New World waters. But Spain had access to it. I take that back. Now I don't want to say 1800s, around 1600s. But Spain had already been navigating the waters in the 1400s. Portugal had already been navigating the waters since the 1400s. So the other European countries came in late. They got late in the game. They came in late in the game. Then they tried to catch up with the slave trade. But Spain had already had a head start. But if you were British, you were usually pirating Spanish ships for their gold taken from the New World back to Spain.
And then what ended up happening is Spain went bankrupt because they were living too lavish, living too high in the hog, and the resources dried up, and guess who was ready to take over the spot? Britain. Then Britain took over the number one spot, and then all of a sudden, France come up.
When you look at Princess Diana, she comes from a family of bankers. The one that died in that car crash, she comes from a family of bankers. Her family was part of the bank that financed the Louisiana Purchase here in America, because the Louisiana Purchase was the French selling half of the U.S. to the United States, but they didn't own it. It was on lease. It was being leased from Spain while they sold it to America for like $1 million or $11 million. But the bank that financed that deal was Princess Diana's family, or the British family, the royal crown, or British bankers financed that trade between, or sale of the Louisiana Purchase to America. So even though they're neighbors with each other, they're bloodthirsty and they attack each other for power.
Mm-hmm. And it's been happening.
And they undercut each other.
It's been happening for years.
You see that in Amistad when they were arguing over the ship and who owned the slaves. It was the Spanish and the Brits that were both on the argument.
But exactly, you know, and Britain had always used the advantage of having seas in between each other. That was their major geographic advantage. You had to go on the seas and fight us. Whereas there's a saying that when you have neighbors on land, you can never get really too comfortable. Like the French. If the French wanted to really explore and exploit countries, how far can you extend yourself if you got these damn Germans on your head all damn day long? You have to keep a certain amount of your forces to secure your borders. Because if you overextend over here, Germans might take you over. And this has always been a strategic position that the French had. So they were always at a military disadvantage. Whereas the British, all they had to do is make sure they patrol their ports. And they don't have to worry about war. That was literally an economic, financial, military advantage, and they used it to perfection. And then they used those border disputes to their advantage also. Esau was kings at dividing and conquering amongst their own people and amongst the nations. This is how they maintained their leverage for so long. And this is what made the United States so difficult to overcome also. You got a long way to get to the United States to sit back and invade them. This is why nobody really was able to invade the United States. How you going to do it? You got to sit back and you got to have a monster navy, get on the water, get on the ground, and get on the ground and fight these guys. Yep. And it's a lot of land. Think about how long it's taken Russia to defeat Ukraine. Now listen, we know that NATO and the United States is supplying so much weaponry, but Russia has to take over a country the size of Texas. And that's a lot logistically. You got to go through over 700,000 men to disperse space that large. Now imagine we're going to sit back and invade the United States. How much manpower you need. How much naval prowess you need. It's damn near impossible. And that's why nobody's done it. But British had similar leverage, and that's how they were partially able to sustain themselves for so long. But back to your point. There's been these fights and these skirmishes and these attacks for power amongst these contrary feathers post-Roman Empire. Because when Rome fell, they were the omnipotent ones, but they had tributaries. But then after Rome went down and Esau resurfaced, it was just fighting and skirmishing amongst different Edomite nations. Whether it's the Spanish, the Portuguese, the English, the French, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Germany, the Dutch, the Netherlands. And it was just a rotation of all these empires fighting and striving for power from 1453 on to present day. That's what the 8 contrary feathers looks like. Does that make sense? We're trying to make sure we are as clear as possible and we're not just flowing through information like it's nothing. So when you're reading 2nd Ezra chapter 11, the beginning part, he's expressing the 12 Caesars. Then you're dealing with these 3 heads that end up being United States, Russia, and Britain. And by the time we get to the middle of that, you'll see it. And then we got the 8 contrary feathers, which is all of these countries in Europe that are fighting for power, who were at one time regions and tributaries of Rome, which was still the eagle. Mm-hmm. So now let's go 2nd Ezra 11, verse 36 through 40. And one day we'll go over the whole thing, but we're just trying to make sure it's as clear as possible. Because these same tributary regions are very similar to the 10 horns that's talked about in Daniel 7 also. So read that, 2nd Ezra 11, verse 36 through 40.
2nd Ezra chapter 11 and verse 36. Then I heard a voice which said unto me, Look before thee, and consider the things that thou seest. And I beheld, and lo, as it were a roaring lion chased out of the wood, And I saw that he sent out a man's voice unto the eagle and said.
So, the understanding of this verse is saying it was similar to a lion being chased out the woods. This was the spirit of the communication that came from this man to this beast. Read on.
And I saw that he sent out a man's voice onto the eagle.
So, this man's voice onto this nation. Read on.
And said, Hear thou, I will talk with thee, and the highest shall say unto thee.
So this is Christ talking. He said, this is coming from the Most High. Read on.
Art not thou it that remaineth of the fourth beast?
So he's saying, aren't you the eagle that remains of the four beasts that was talked about in Daniel 7? Because once we read Daniel 7, the fourth beast is the last major empire that runs the earth. And we're here at the very end now, and it's going to explain how we know that. Read on.
Whom I made to reign in my world.
The Most High said, I allowed the eagle. I allowed the Romans to reign. I allowed the British to reign. I allowed the French and the Spanish and the Germans to have their run. Christ was in control of all of it. He allowed all these countries to sit back here and create the weapons they want, create the systems they want. I gave you a chance, like the Most High gave who a chance?
Gave us
a chance. Yeah. Read on.
That the end of their times might come through them.
He says, you were created, eagle, because you were going to be the nation that the whole world falls apart on their watch.
That ushers in the end of the world.
And that's what 2nd Ezra also talks about. Esau is the end of the world. Jacob is the beginning of it that follows it. But he says, you were created to destroy the earth. You were created to bring about the end of the world. You were created to bring about a nuclear holocaust. And to sit back here and make the world so bad that the world says, we can't go back to this bad life again. We can't go back to the white man's world again. He says, you were designed to corrupt it so bad that the world will know what not to do at this point. Read on.
Verse 40. And the fourth came and overcame all the beasts that were past.
He says the fourth kingdom came. The Roman Empire came. The Edomite kingdom came in and overcame all the other kingdoms before it. Read on.
And had power over the world with great fearfulness.
And you don't think Esau has reigned this whole place by fear and intimidation? You can't speak against this country or the regimes and their policies without being on the hook for being taken out. What is Maduro guilty of in Venezuela? Just not playing ball. It's not playing ball with their economic policies and deals. Their dealings with China and Russia. If people want to say that there's drug dealing going on, and if there's drug dealing is the problem in Venezuela, then how come the president of Mexico ain't kicked out?
Yeah.
How come they don't put a new president in Mexico? You telling me drugs don't go through Mexico?
All the time.
Just clean over there?
It's purely clean? They don't human traffic from
blame,
Mexico to the United States?
They blame it on the previous president, Luis Obrador. They blame it on him.
So you telling me it still don't happen now?
They said he was in with the cartel.
He probably was. So you telling me this next person ain't in with the cartel?
Shannon Baum.
You think she ain't the Jew Issachar?
Yeah.
The Issa Jew? The Isalek? The Emma Issachar? The Emma Mexican?
Yeah.
Come on, get out of here, It's not the case. What am I trying to say, We're gonna sit back and nab drug deals and listen. The brother sent me something. I don't know if I'll be able to find it so quickly, but let me try. He sent me something that just showed. I'm not going to show it online, but it showed that there was a significant shipment. I'm trying to find the country that the shipment came from. It's Just give me a half a second here because it really hits the point. I might have to scroll up a little bit. But where this drug shipment came from that was seized in Russia. It wasn't Venezuela, man. Venezuela is not the heart of this war on drugs. Gosh darn it. Let me see, man.
Kind of shows the origin of the operation.
It not necessarily the origin, but it shows that they're running drugs from other countries, from other Central and South American countries, and it's not Venezuela. And they want to use Venezuela as like the fall guy or the angle or the country that's doing it. It's not them.
It just so happened that Venezuela got all the oil.
I know.
Right.
It just makes sense.
That's just happenstance. That's just a coincidence. That's the coinky-dink guy.
They're like either the first or second world's largest oil producer right now in the world. That's either first or second. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But they got so many reserves of oil and millions upon millions of barrels of oil available.
Here it goes. It says Russia seizes 1.75 tons of cocaine shipped in banana boxes from Ecuador.
Coming from Ecuador.
And it says one of the main exporters, Noboa Trading, owned by Ecuador's president, Daniel Noboa, close ally of Mark Rubio.
Oh.
So the shipping companies that shipping the dope to Russia and all around Europe coming from Ecuador. And by the way, that president is good friends with Marco Rubio.
Mm.
So is the war on drugs in Venezuela or Ecuador? How come that's not talked about? Why not we talk about the Ecuadorian drug trade? Because the president of Ecuador is good friends with Secretary of State. So it doesn't matter. You see the hypocrisy? Well, we're going to go pick on the Maduro and say, oh, he's the bad man that has a guy running a speedboat fishing? Listen, you think those speedboats that are getting blown away is pushing 1.7 tons of smack? you think those boats can hold 1.7 tons of smack?
No.
They can't. 1.7 tons? Come on, bro. Coming from Ecuador?
And going fast.
Come on.
First of all, a ton is 2,000 pounds. And so 1.7, you could say, is almost another 2,000 pounds. So you said 3,500 pounds.
Bro, and you gonna sit back and destroy some fishing boats, and let the real dope move on? That's all I'm saying, bro. That don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. This is about power and gaining. Listen, they were talking about United States was talking about making Venezuela like the 51st state. They're really talking that, huh? Like, bro, you gonna make it the 51st state, bro? This is a reason to go in there. Once you go in there, do what you want.
This is a game.
Yeah.
It's all games.
Then you have inside ability to pillage.
Done. With the Nobel Peace Prize winner. You don't see his game? Okay, so where are we at?
Verse 40?
Yeah.
2nd Ezra chapter 11 and verse 40. And the fourth came and overcame all the beasts that were past, and had power over the world with great fearfulness, and over the whole compass of the earth.
How is this not talking about Esau now? This fourth beast or this eagle has power over the whole compass of the earth. This is why it explains about the eagle and the wings have this jurisdiction over the entire region.
All roads lead to Rome.
And all roads lead through the United States now.
The sun never sets on the British Empire.
Thank you. Kinda. It all fits in. This is Esau's kingdom prophetically connected in the scriptures. Continue.
With much wicked oppression.
And he says Esau's reign was based upon much wicked oppression. And that oppression is I guess the premise of the oppression is based upon Europe being that bottomless pit and all the resources of global empire going to sit back here and fatten the pockets of the elites. It's all about fattening the pockets of the elites. Because if we're going to be honest, what is the beast? When you read in Revelation 13, the beast is still following orders from that lion. Because all of, whether it's the United States or it's Britain or it's any of the European global powers, when it says the mouth is speaking great things, what does it mean? The beast is still being controlled by the British banking system.
You command.
They're the ones running all the moves. Who's making the moves? Who's getting the most money? Who's getting the greatest profit across the board?
Rothschild.
It's the British banking elites. That's who's getting the most of the money. Even when you sit back here and you think about J.P. Morgan in the 1900s and all these and the Rockefellers in the United States, what people don't realize is they were backed by the Rothschilds. And the Rothschilds and the elites of Europe were running things in the United States from a shadow position.
Vanderbilts.
Because but they're all still going back to the ones that were running things literally in Europe. They're still ruling families in Europe that have the power and resources that can still pull the strings necessary to make things shake. Now, sit back here. There's a lot of information about the Rothschilds bankrolled the Rockefellers. They bankrolled the Morgans. They bankrolled all the heavy hitters in the United States in the early 1900s.
What's Macron?
Macron, yeah.
Macron just before the scandal and all this, he opened up and transferred all the wealth out of France to the banking system, to the Rothschilds.
Listen, the ones who are making the real most of them are. They're the ones making the real decisions. It's not about this country or that country. They're orders coming from the top, and things are dispersed accordingly, and that's just what it is. So anyway, we're kind of rambling a little bit. Not really, but we're just trying to paint the picture of what's happening. But when it says, read verse 40, it says, compass the whole earth with much wicked oppression, right?
Okay.
Read on.
It says, over the whole compass of the earth with much wicked oppression.
Well, they're in Indonesia, China, Taiwan, Malaysia, they're all being oppressed. Read on.
And so long time dwelt he upon the earth with deceit.
And he says, such a long time has this last empire been on earth with such deceit.
And that's even branched out from Australia, which was his criminals.
Mm-hmm.
South Africa, which was his criminals.
Yeah.
Even his criminals have dominion.
All the whole world has been subject to this man's policy. And he's the fourth beast, but the Most High created him to represent the end of the world and to face that final indictment by Christ when everything comes to fruition. Okay? Real quick, so where are we at in the explanation?
That's the end of 40.
Yeah, I think we're going to stop at that. There's more we can go, but we're going to stop there. And we'll continue next week dealing with the finishing in this chapter and the letter that Judas ends up sending to the Romans. What we were just reading over in 1 Maccabees 8 was just the history of the Roman Empire's inception. And what we kind of finished off today was you get the beginning of Rome, and now we're trying to explain how that ego is still in presence today and how they are the symbolization of the fall of mankind. We're reading in the inception of the ego, but we're living the end of the ego. Okay? Rome is the beginning of the ego. We're at the last part of the ego's empire. Yes, sir.
Now, the horn that came out and spoke and it broke up other horns or whatever, are you saying that horn could symbolize America?
No, the horn that comes out of the Greek Empire. Matter of fact, it's what we're going to go into next week. But read it real quick. We'll explain it real quick so there's no misunderstanding. Daniel 7 and 8.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 8.
Now, don't forget, when we were reading Daniel 7, read Daniel 7 and 7 real quick.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7.
Let me type it in so there's no misunderstandings. And we'll show that after this. Daniel 7 and 7.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 7. After this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast.
So we know that this fourth beast is that fourth major empire on earth, the eagle. Okay, read on.
Dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, And it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it.
And we explain about the Roman Senate, the government, the democracy that was set up with the Romans, which made them different from the monarchies prior to them. Read on.
And it had 10 horns.
So it had 10 horns, or 10 tributaries, that supported the power and infrastructure of the Roman Empire. Right? Read on.
I considered the horns.
So he says, now, in the prophecy, Daniel was considering the horns. Why was Daniel considering the horns and not the beast at this point?
Because of how diverse it was?
Nope. He's considering the horns because over the centuries, all you're seeing is the rise and fall of horns. It's the same eagle. It's the same eagle, just a different horn.
Same beast.
It's the same eagle, same beast, same kingdom. They're just different horns of the same beast and kingdom. So it's the Romans, which is the Edomite kingdom. Then they fall, and they come back up, and they come back as the Spanish. So he's considering the Spanish Empire, the French Empire, the British Empire, the German Empire. He's considering the reign that the Dutch had for a very short time in their small territory. He's considering the little powers that rise up above everybody else. There's still the Edomite nation, whether they're speaking Spanish or German or Austrian and Hungarian, because they had a reign too, or they're Polacks. Does it really matter? It's just who's in power at the time. So the prophecy is saying that the different horns from this Edomite kingdom have been thought about and have been considered. Read on.
I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn.
Another little horn that's not originally from this group of horns that's been fighting and contending with each other this entire time. They're different because they're branched out from another region. They're still Edomites, but they're a different little horn because they're not coming from Germany or France or Spain or Britain. They're different because they're coming out a branch far away in the United States. So they're another little power that rises up from the same eagle or the same fourth kingdom. Right? Read on.
Before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots.
He's letting you know that this new little horn was different than 3 of the first horns that were plucked up by the roots. He's explaining that there were other horns in this region that were different than this specific horn. And what they're saying is, in order for this little horn that's separate from the other horns to be manifested, 3 of these little horns had to get plucked up by the roots. So the question is this: in order for the United States to grasp their power, which other little horns or kingdoms had to fall in order for the United States to gain their sovereignty and power?
One of them is the Spanish-American War.
Spain was the first kingdom that had to fall. Because in order for the United States to gain their territory and to establish their Monroe Doctrine, Spain had to give up their territories in where? The Philippines, in Puerto Rico, in Cuba, and all those areas. They had to give up that territory and leave. That's what the Spanish-American War was about. Americans didn't fight in Spain, did they? They fought to back off foreign interference in North, Central, South America. Because that's what the Monroe Doctrine was about. Nobody from Europe is going to come down here and go mess with our territory. Because if you are, we're going to war. Right or wrong. So that was them booting out the Spanish. They also booted out the British.
War of Independence.
And the War of 1812. I don't know if y'all know this, but during the Civil War, did y'all know that during the Civil War, the British sent troops up to Canada, and they were waiting, and the French sent troops to Mexico? Did you know that the Civil War was purposely set up to break down America and allow the Europeans to come in and take over again? You look through the history, French had troops in Mexico waiting when America fell to take over southern United States, and the British were ready to take over the northern part of the United States. And the only reason that the British left Canada and the French left Mexico, did you know that Russia came in and sent their troops to the East Coast near Virginia and near San Francisco? If it wasn't for Russia,
So they didn't want Russia to have a piece of the pie.
no, Russia came down to back the United States. They backed the U.S. to back off Britain and the French from getting their hands on the United States, because it was a imperialistic move. All the whole beef between the North and the South was exploited by Britain. Britain was sitting back here. The South didn't like the prices that the North were charging for their textiles, for their raw goods. What they don't tell you is that the British were undercutting the United States and trying to get the South to go directly to the British to do business. When the North cut that off is when things escalated, and the beef and the battle escalated, and that was one of the beginning precursors to starting the war of the Civil War. But it was funded and getting backed by the British elites, because the British elites wanted the United States. That was one of the smaller issues, and that was the War of Independence. They were sitting back here. If I'm not mistaken, the War of Independence, the major beef was about give me a second. It wasn't tea. It was tariffs. It was about tariffs on. It was other tariffs. It wasn't tea though. It was gosh dang it. Oh, come on, a war.
Cotton?
No, it wasn't cotton. What about cotton? No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. What about cotton? No, it wasn't about cotton. It was about
Sugar cane.
No, it wasn't.
Tobacco.
It wasn't the natural resources. It was about It was tariffs. It was something on a larger scale that I can't remember at this point. If you give me a day, I can go back and double check it. But it was about. Damn. It was about sovereignty, but it was how. It was a financial move that was going to break everybody in the United States and not allow them to sustain themselves economically. It wasn't
manufacturing.
It wasn't just. It said with so much passion. I was like, no, it's not. No, it wasn't. It wasn't about a crop. It was. That's the stuff they give you on the outside. It was something. Damn it. It was taxes, but it was something more to it. It was something like you know what it was? Let me take it back. It was they were not allowing us, or the United States. It wasn't us. We were speaking cotton back then. They were not allowing United States citizens to. They were killing their ability to export. They were putting significant tariffs on their exports. Is what was killing them. It was
Trade.
So are you saying that it was the British Empire that was putting these significant tariffs on the colonists?
Yes, and it was eliminating.
Yeah, that would have broke.
certain economists would say that the thing that allowed the United States to turn into an industrial superpower, they don't let countries now do. Meaning, they don't let countries. What do they not let countries
control
do
their
now?
own resources?
Yes, but it is on a. Okay. Say, for instance, I am Uganda, or I am Somalia, whatever the hell it is. When you sign these IMF deals, you get this World Bank money. Now all of a sudden, you have to allow European goods to come into your country untariffed. And when you allow European goods to come into your country untariffed, then all of a sudden, what's the cost difference between the untariffed European goods and your goods? Now the prices are equal or lesser than, and if the prices of foreign goods are cheaper than the goods you can produce, guess what ends up happening? Nobody buys from your country. And if they're buying from a foreign country, then you lose your GDP.
Oh, you're thinking about outsourcing.
And it was a similar situation with the United States. British were not allowing, they were undercutting us economically, and they weren't allowing us. It was something on those lines. I need a little more time to go back over it, but it was something on an economical level where it's like, if we allow them to do this, they're going to break us, and we're going to be subject to these guys, and we'll never get on top. So the Tea Party thing was one of the smaller. It wasn't about tea. It was about the taxes and the tariff restrictions. The same things we're doing to China.
Yeah.
We're setting up tariffs to break them. Why else are they doing tariffs?
Because they can produce everything manufactured.
Tariffs another word for sanction. If I tariff you, then you can't make money. It isn't like the United States is replacing the tariffs on China with our own industrial upgrades. It ain't like we're doing that. We're not like we're building manufacturing back in the United States. That's not happening anymore. We'll just go to another country that serves us. They're just going to break China, like they're trying to break Russia. I understand it. It is sanctioned, but it's. Oh man, I shouldn't even have said it if it wasn't on the top of my head. But what's my point? It was manufactured in a way to break the United States, and they said, hell no, we're not going to let this happen. That was the War of Independence. But then later on, the Civil War kicked in, and it was another ploy to break the United States. Without Russia's help, the South would have been the French's, and the North would have been the British. So the United States was a different horn from the other horns that were fighting amongst each other. But don't forget, the French were fighting the British. Why did the French do the Louisiana Purchase? Why did Napoleon sell the Louisiana Territory?
Because they were already struggling abroad. They couldn't sustain empires on both coasts.
Nope. He needed money for wars. He was fighting England. He was fighting Austria-Hungary. He was going crazy in these constant wars going at Russia, right?
But it cost
So
money.
he had to pay it. He had to pay these debts and pay for these soldiers. So he sold it off. But you know what? After the dust settled and Lord Wellington beat him in England, right? The English was going bankrupt fighting these wars. The French were broke fighting these wars. They were all broke fighting these wars. So now who got the money now? The U.S. Let's get our money back up by taking over the U.S. It just didn't work. And the Romanovs, or whatever that lineage of the Russians, they backed Lincoln, and they sat back here and they protected him. Also, they protected Lincoln, and Lincoln also didn't sit back here in the midst of war debt, didn't get loans from the Rothschild banks in England. That was why they killed him, because he didn't get bank loans. He printed his own money up. That's what the whole greenbacks things was. He was in debt, printed greenbacks, circumvented the banks, didn't allow the Rothschild banks and the French banks to get their money up. They had to axe him. They had to get rid of him because he wasn't playing ball. You'll sit back and look all throughout history. The United States have been fighting British bank impressions for many years. And then you look up down the line and Woodrow Wilson gave it all up. He was a bad guy. Woodrow Wilson screwed the pooch across the board. He sat back here and let the banks come in, take over everything. He promised the United States they weren't going to go to war in World War I, and guess what he did? We're in World War I. You know how they passed the bill for the Federal Reserve? Everybody was out of town December 15th, like December 24th or 23rd or something like that. Everybody left. Then they passed the bill before Christmas out. That's how they got the Federal Reserve bill in.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Gotcha. It's over.
Charlie Murphy
It was over, right? But all the presidents that were vilified, Lincoln, Andrew Jackson, they fought against the bank. They fought against these foreign banks coming in. Because as we know, the Federal Reserve is neither federal nor is it a reserve. For those of y'all who don't know, the Federal Bank is an international bank that is in the United States, but it's an international bank. It is not
It's a business.
the United States bank. It's not. It's a federal. It's not federal. It's international.
It was never intended to be part of
Never.
the Constitution.
Never. It was never. And certain presidents fought to keep it that way, to keep it from happening. And they were the ones who were getting assassinated attempts. All those presidents that was getting killed or they were trying to kill them, they were against the bank. Look into the history. There were many presidents that were either killed or they were the attempts to kill them happened. Those are the ones who said no to a international bank. The ones who sustained, they were the ones who passed the deals. And then they got to come in and break it. It happened like 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
So anyway,
So that kind of suggests that the current guy with the assassination attempts on him kind of suggests that he's not playing ball all the way with it.
I'm going to say this. Yes and no. Because he's playing ball with those people in the East, in the Middle East. He's playing ball with them all the way. Now, is he playing ball on a domestic level? No, I can see moves he's making on a domestic level aren't like Dirty Joe 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, in the United States foreign policy, I mean, domestic policy changes, whether you're dealing with red or blue. But foreign policy is all the same. You can say Biden set up this war in Ukraine, and guess what? Trump's talking all this stuff about I wouldn't do the war, but guess what he's doing? Sending more weapons. He's still sending weapons. You say online, I don't want any part of this, but why are you still allowing the weapons that Joe Biden authorized before he left? Why are you letting it keep going out there to Ukraine?
Because it was already.
You can change. He can veto that. He can change that. He has the power to change those orders.
It has to go through Congress.
Is he even trying to do it? Is he even trying to bring that up onto? You telling me if he sat back here and spoke about that and said, "Listen, I want these weapons to stop," you telling me they wouldn't put pressure to stop it?
I'm not saying that they wouldn't.
That's my point. All I'm saying is if he wanted to push a button, he could push that button, but he doesn't want to push the button because foreign policy keeps going. It keeps chug-a-lugging. Because he could have sat back here when they had this meeting in Alaska. They could have got something done.
Well, furthermore, this deal that he was supposed to have with Zelensky, this past week with the drones and the tomahawks, that didn't work. Apparently, Zelensky blew up again. Trump was like, no, I ain't giving you the tomahawks.
I'm gonna say this: those tomahawks is in Germany right now, bro. Those tomahawks is in Germany or Poland, or that base in Romania that they're almost done completing, or that they're working on completing. That's the largest. Going to be the largest in Europe. There is a reason they're building the largest military base in Europe in Romania. It ain't for a Romanian war. They need a hub that's close enough to Ukraine to keep taking this next level. I can't count on my hands how many times they would say they were about to send something, say they don't send it, and all of a sudden, Russia gets bombed with it. It's ready to go. They ain't. They talking all this. Listen, I remember they were sitting back here and checking Zelensky at the White House. You better wear a suit, you sucker. And then 2 months later, they still back doing business again. Like, what is this? Remember they checked him in front of everybody out. They're like, why are you wearing a suit? Why don't you wear a suit, you idiot? Respect the United States. Yeah. And I was like, damn, these dudes is rolling hard. And then you back talking to them in a month or two. You're just grandstanding. All this is grandstanding. Because if it wasn't, why are they sitting back here about to meet at the end of the month about if we're going to put boots in the ground with NATO? There's a reason they're talking that. You think this is going to stop?
And authorizing long-range weapons.
All they're going to say is, listen, we'll send it to you, Britain, and you give it to them. It's just plausible deniability. This is still going. I'm just going to shoot y'all money. Y'all die before we bring our guys in. It's no different. It's no deeper than that. Anyway, but it's fun facts about that Civil War, man. We were fighting one another, and them British goons and them French goons wanted in. They wanted in. They was want to take over the United States, but it would have went against what? Prophecy, because the little horn was supposed to emerge out of these other horns or these other contrary feathers that were warring in Europe for power and position. The same region that Rome had jurisdiction over X amount of years before. So now this little horn is separated and isolated, and that's the beginning of the end for the world, because they grow and become the military power of all, and then by the end or the latter end of the eagle is where the fall of the United States, or the fall of the world, happens, with that little horn that emerges and gets themselves on top. Does that make sense? I promise I'll get that information. I had it, I read it, and I saw it, and forgot it. It's just like it was fresh in my mind. Whatever, when I was reading it, and it popped out of my head. But there was a reason where the United States said, "Forget this. We gotta go to war with y'all because you're gonna break us economically. You're gonna break us." Maybe it was the pushing of a bank. Maybe it was even the pushing of the bank. And matter of fact, I think it was that. They were trying to push a bank on us back then. And we didn't want the bank. It was the bank. That's what it was. It was the bank.
The Federal Reserve?
No, they had different names for it back then. It wasn't just Federal Reserve. They were trying to push us in a banking debt system. And we said, no, we're not going to sit back here and be in this perpetual debt like y'all are in.
It could have been taking the gold standard away.
Well, yeah.
Because that's what a country's currency is established off of, is the gold.
Well, that was an aspect of it that you read different books. That wasn't always the basis of it, but what the United States was being pushed to do was give up their power and give into the British banking system, even back then. And they're like, if we do this, we'll sit back here and never be able to sustain ourselves.
Be debt slaves.
And that was where they said no. It was no to the bank. It wasn't necessarily T. It was the bank. Mm-hmm. It's always about the bank. It's always about the bank because they're the ones that make the moves. That everything is chugging and going based off bank loans and the power of the bank. Without the power of the bank, nothing gets done. Don't forget, the bank wins regardless of who wins. You know that, right? Say, for instance, I beat you. I got to pay your debt back. So the house always wins, regardless of who wins. Both sides are getting funded. So it doesn't matter. So who's really winning any of these wars?
Like the Rothschild said, it doesn't matter about what country wins the war.
I care not. I care not.
Yep.
They don't care because they're winning.
I can tell you who's losing.
Who's losing?
The little guy on the totem pole.
Of course. Hell yeah, they're losing. We're losing all the time. We've been oppressed and destroyed from the beginning. And that's why this place has got to fall. And that's why the scripture says in Job, it is right where he's going to eat to his, pretty much where his belly pops out is when Christ comes back. When he gets his complete full is when he comes back. That's why if you look at all the nations, there's only two that's hanging in there. It's just two. is Russia and China. They're the only ones that haven't completely broken yet. And the United States is cornering them. And then they're fighting back. Now you have people that are aligning themselves with Russia and China. The longer Russia holds their own against these Ukrainians, because it really ain't the Ukrainians they're holding their own on. What is Russia? Listen, think about this. What good is taking over land when next week you're going to bring more weapons to fight us? What good is getting overextended and fighting these wars and taking a bunch of land you can't keep when they're going to come next month with a new shipment of weapons? You might as well just slowly fight a war of attrition. Take your time and keep fighting until y'all run out of weapons and run out of bodies. Why sit back and overextend yourself and lose the 1.5 million soldiers you got? That's what they got. How many soldiers the British got? Under 100? 70,000? How much the Polacks got? 220? How much the Germans got? 130? That don't equal a million. How much them little soft Frenchies got? You blow on them out. Wee! I don't know the Frenchie word.
Yes. No.
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
It's like N-O-N. It's no.
No.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. The Frenchie's gonna fold like some chairs. That's not enough. You might get 400 out of those boys. They ain't enough to take 1.5 out. So they're getting ready to hunker in. And listen, Ukraine's gonna be a bloodbath.
And
that's gonna be a bloodbath.
And like always, Russia turns gas off in the winter.
It's gonna be cold real soon, and they're already attacking their electrical infrastructure even more now. So when that happens, just so you can put context to it, can you imagine only having lights for 2 hours a day? Lights and power for 2 hours a day, and the rest of the damn day is freezing cold. Can you imagine that? You might as well have no lights on if that's the case. 2 hours a day? You ain't getting nothing done with 2 hours. That's all you got in your city. 2 hours to get light.
You gotta try to cook, clean, prep, charge your devices.
That's not awesome at all. You better take your showers then. You better shower the hell up. Get in and get out. Because this heat, then it's gonna get cold again.
And Russia always turn their gas off.
Well, the gas is already off to the whole world. What are we saying now? Is that little horn? Let's go back to verse 8. Let's tie this in, and we'll be ready for next week.
Daniel chapter 7 and verse 8. I considered the horn.
So Daniel was considering all the little powers, whether it's little horns in Daniel 7 or 2nd Ezra 11. He's talking about these 8
feathers,
contrary feathers, because they're contrary because each feather has their own interest, their own needs, their own set of wants, their own need for sovereignty. So the Most High is considering all of these small countries vying for control, these small European countries that are fighting for power and leverage in their country while exploiting the poor in Africa, exploiting the poor in South America and Central America and the natives in the Caribbean islands, exploiting the people in Vietnam and China and Laos. Take advantage of them so I can gain leverage in my own country. So I can become the biggest beast in my country. Read on.
I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn.
Why does it say another? Because he's different from the horns that were in Europe fighting for power. This another horn was different from the ones that were already established in the region. Read on.
Before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots.
So he says, this other little horn was sustained by plucking up these 3 other horns that were from the original group. The United States subdued, at least for a period of time, the British push, the Spanish push, and the French push. Whether the French sold off their portion of the U.S. because they were in war debt, whether it was the Spanish just didn't have enough juice in the tank to hold off U.S. Pressure, or the British who, over history, backed away from them and just conceded to work together. Because initially it was beef. They didn't just work together.
Yep.
Because by the time we got to World War II, Britain just didn't have enough finances. They went bankrupt. People want to talk about how great Winston Churchill was. He destroyed Britain. Winston Churchill bankrupted Britain. He destroyed them because he was the one. He was bought and sold by those same banks that Woodrow Wilson fell to. They don't tell you that either. They don't tell you that Churchill sat back here and he was living in like lavish homes off a government salary. How did this happen? How was he? I've read different books that this guy Churchill was getting inside information on when Prohibition was going to end. How did he find this out? How was he sitting back here and dropping, hey man, listen, literally there's records of Churchill telling people that were kind of in and out of the shady kind of world, hey, buy these distilleries that have been shut down for X amount of time. Buy them now because soon Prohibition is going to be over. How would Churchill know this in Britain? How would he know this? Unless somebody's like, hey, Churchill, you want to make some money? This is it. Listen, hire a goon to buy them under your name. You get a big piece of the cut, free money. This is how he's making money. But he's getting in the know so he can get paid. This is part of the payback for selling out your country. Because when you read in 2 Ezra 11 and 12, it tells you how Britain died, or one of the three heads died without physically being killed. Britain fell without being wiped out. Britain just was too far overextended, and was bankrupt and couldn't sustain all their territories, so they just fell on their side. Let me see if I can find the verse.
Read this real quick.
Read it now.
Okay.
Come on, wait.
What you're saying. It goes back to what you were saying, but it kind of ties into the French and Indian War. Just that first paragraph.
Yeah, read it. I'm just looking for something real quick.
Okay, it says the French and Indian War was a major British victory that led to France ceding vast North American territories, including Canada and all the land east of the Mississippi River, to Great Britain. The war resulted in massive British debt, which King George III attempted to recoup by imposing taxes on the American colonies, which in turn created significant resentment and became a major cause of the American Revolution. It says the treaty also forced Spain to cede Florida to Britain, while France transferred its territories west of the Mississippi to Spain.
But all this stuff was going on in the United States, and all this pressure, economic pressure, to pay back debt in Europe. And then what ended up happening, the United States broke away by the Most High's will, and Europe had to figure out how to sustain themselves. But even later on, historically, by 1945, right after the Allies won the war, Britain sat back here and faded out also. Britain didn't have enough in the tank to sustain their empire after they almost lost. They damn near lost to Germany for a second time. They don't tell you how close Britain was to defeat at both times without the U.S. coming in and saving their tails. Let me see. Oh my goodness. Okay, read second edge. Well, see, nah. If I do this, man, I'd rather do the whole class because I'm just reading a portion of it. It's not gonna be smooth, man. I don't want to do the breakdown at the service, man. Yeah, want me to do this down the line? This 11 and 12?
Yeah.
Just give the whole thing because
it'd be good for Shabbat just to get us a little catch up.
Catch up. What do you mean?
Oh, whatever you gonna do.
Because I could do it. It's just I don't know if I want to stop the direction we're going just on the topics, man.
I think we should keep explaining Daniel and go back to Maccabees to show why Maccabees called on the Romans for help. Because now what we're doing is going to the future generation of the Romans versus going back to explaining why the Maccabees needed that Roman help and finish up how Rome just completely. I think we should finish up showing how Rome finished conquering the world, both in Egypt and also in Babylon and Syria and all the way to India. But and then that kind of will follow the storyline before we jump to the prophecy.
And that's why. Listen, the verse I was looking for was 2nd Ezra 12 and 26. Just read that real quick. But I'll go into I'll explain it later and stay on task. Read that.
2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 26. And whereas thou sawest that the great head appeared no more.
It was, matter of fact, read verse 24. Matter of fact, verse 23.
2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 23. In his last days shall the Most High raise up 3 kingdoms.
Stop. Those 3 kingdoms, those 3 heads you read about in 2nd Ezra 11 and 1 through 3. Remember 2nd Ezra 11 and 1? Remember I said chapter 11 gives the prophecy. Chapter 12 explains the prophecy. In chapter 11, it explained that it was this eagle with 12 wings, and if we read it, the 12 wings are the 12 Caesars that ran Rome from Julius Caesar all the way to Domitian. Now, then it said they had 3 heads, right? Then it said they had 8 contrary feathers. The 3 heads is what he's talking about right here. Read that verse again.
Verse 23. In his last days shall the Most High raise up 3 kingdoms.
In the last days, the Most High is going to raise up 3 kingdoms. Those 3 kingdoms is Britain, United States, and Russia. And this is the image that Shamshwan was trying to show me earlier. If you guys look online, these 3 heads. There it goes. Look online. The 3 heads, these 3 kingdoms are represented in this picture right here. If you look at it, the 3 heads is Winston Churchill, the British Empire, Roosevelt, United States, and Stalin. This is a bad guy. This is a bad guy right here, Stalin. This dude knocked out 60 million people. Like, it didn't even matter. But these 3 guys were the last 3 heads that are being kind of really focused on. These 3 heads represent 3 kingdoms in the last days. Read on.
In the last days shall the Most High raise up 3 kingdoms, and renew many things therein, and they shall have the dominion of the earth.
These 3 empires had dominion over the entire earth. United States, Britain, and Russia. Okay, this is right after the fall of Germany and the Axis powers. Read on.
And of those that dwell therein, with much oppression.
So he says these people ran the world with much oppression. It was just how you oppress people. The British were the masters of finesse oppression, giving you the illusion that you had choices, but you were really being oppressed. Stalin was going to punch you in the mouth, and if you didn't bow down and kiss his feet, you're going to the gulags, and you're going to die and barely have enough money to eat, or food to eat and survive.
Yeah.
And he have a picture of himself damn near every block out. You better sit back and say nothing but good things about that man. If not, you're out of there.
Yeah, and British is much like Rome. They give you the games.
Yeah.
They give you the Olympics.
I know. And then that's why a lot of times at this particular point, Britain and America were really close and connected. And they were referred to as the Anglo-American Empire. The British and the Americans connected together. So they were more on the same approach. And Stalin was the opposite. But these 3 kingdoms ran the earth. Read on.
Above all those that were before them. Therefore are they called the heads of the eagle.
He says, And he says, therefore, they are called the heads of the. He says, and of those that dwell. Read that verse again.
Come on, verse 24. And of those that dwell therein with much oppression, above all those that were before them.
So he says these three people on a national level had more power and dominion and influence over the earth than anybody else. And you can easily see that. The United States had control over North, Central, and South America. They had it locked down. Russia had control of Russia and the entire Eastern Bloc. At this meeting, they were granted from East Germany east. That whole territory was Russia. You know how big that space is? From East Germany all the way down to North Korea? That's massive.
We bought Alaska
including China.
We bought Alaska from Russia.
And I was there, ours too. But then Russia had all of China, because Mao Zedong was serving Stalin. You had all of North Korea, and Germany all the way east, and Britain had all of Europe. And Britain still had at least colonial control over India and the majority of Africa. The whole world was locked in, locked down.
British Suriname, the islands, Grenada.
Done. So all of the entire country was locked down and controlled better than any other time in history. You can sit back and look at the Romans didn't have this kind of control. The Greeks didn't have this kind of control. Nobody had this level of power, and that's why the prophecy is so clear. Above all those that were before them, they had the most power. Because think about this. How far did the French power go? Not that far. The Austrian-Hungarian Empire wasn't that big. Hell, even the British didn't have control of the United States. And British didn't have all control over Russia and China. Or at least portions of China. Now, all three, they have the entire world on lock. That's the point. Read on.
Therefore are they called the heads of the eagle.
He says that as a whole, this is the Edomite empire in its entirety. These three heads, these three leaders control the world. And this is the plateau of the Edomite empire, is what they're saying. Read on.
For these are they that shall accomplish his wickedness.
He says these are the people, and their empire will accomplish the Most High's wickedness. And what is the Most High's wickedness? Imperialism, the destroying of nations, destroying of societies, destroying of people's spiritual culture, financial stability, any type of sovereignty. These are the beginning of the true destruction and corruption of the world. Read on.
And that shall finish his last end.
And he says this regime is going to be the ones that finish the Most High's end. It's really clear, huh?
The Most High's end.
This is the Most High's will. The Most High gave these people power.
Okay, he said the left hand. He said the left hand to do their job.
To finish this whole process of the end. Remember, it says Esau is the end of the world.
Yeah.
They got to play their role to destroy the earth.
Yeah.
They got to be allowed to run their course.
Yeah.
Like we were allowed to run our course. Yeah. So that's why we can get mad at them. They're doing their job. They're being very good at being wicked and corrupt and destructive. All the weapons they make to destroy. Dude, they're doing their job great. Listen, they found ways to like make the medical industry a scam. They're gonna steal and rob from you in the medical zone. They're gonna rob from you and give you the wrong food. They're gonna pollute the food, pollute the medicine, pollute the knowledge, pollute the history, pollute everything, destroy everything. The thief cometh not but to what? Kill, steal, and destroy. So he's doing it great. And they're so great at it, they give you the illusion of choice.
Yeah. Freedom.
And you know what they call this? Democracy and communism. They call it the basis of the Hegelian dialect.
Yeah.
We give you two polar opposite extremes with the intent that you're going to blend in and meet us in the middle. This is all strategy. This is all economic and social engineering. So we're going to give you two extreme polarizing ways of life. And this is why, what do you think this McCarthyism was such a thing in the 40s and 50s? Because there was a movement to push the communist way to the west and push the democratic way east. And it was muddling and weakening both countries to where we can't, the lines are blurred as to what is democratic and what is communist even to this day. They'll tell you even right now that Hollywood has been communist for years. But it's in policy, it's in message. Now you can't tell what's what. It was done purposefully. On top of world domination, on top of controlling all the countries, now they have the hearts and minds of everybody. Because when you push this communism, what are you eliminating? The Most High? Culture? They call it cultural Marxism. So communism might not be here, but the cultural Marxism is. Cultural Marxism is the removal of religion, removal of the social family structure.
You look at the Commonwealth Games that they had in France, hosted it, and it was just a homosexual rendition of the Last Supper.
Yep. Yeah.
What do you
think the Olympics was? Remember they did the Olympics, and it was a Last Supper thing with drag queens in there.
It was Olympics.
It was the Olympics.
Okay.
It was in France.
Yeah, it was Olympics. It was Olympics, but the Commonwealth Games was another ritual too.
Done. But it's all going against God.
It was a ball.
That's
like a beast. It was like a beast.
It was crazy.
It was a what? A bull. Yeah.
It was a crazy looking bull. I think.
Yeah, eating people. It was crazy bull out there.
And all this under the idea that this is a democratic society. You see how all the lines are blurred? Is it really a democracy? No. There's a lot of socialist undertones behind this place, and vice versa. But that's how you break a country. You break all, now you create these polar opposites, and then you control it all by intermixing the concepts. On top of all the devastation of breaking countries and breaking the economic, it's not just an economic disintegration, it's a social disintegration. Anyway, so let's go.
Verse 26. And whereas thou sawest that the great head appeared no more, it signifieth that one of them shall die upon his bed, and yet with pain.
So he's saying, if you look at this picture, which kingdom died on their bed with pain? It was Britain. Because Britain couldn't keep it together after World War II. They couldn't keep their holdings. They couldn't keep their financial position. They couldn't keep their leverage. Britain was still the global superpower before WW2. They were the top dog. United States was always reluctant to take the global superpower position. They kept a stance with that Monroe Doctrine. We're just going to stay North, Central, South America. We're going to exploit these engines. We don't want to go to Europe. We don't want to go to Africa.
We didn't want to get in the Vietnam War.
They didn't go into Vietnam. Well, that wasn't even a thought. The first foreign war outside of World War II was what? Like the United States got into? Korea.
After the sinking of the Lusitania?
Well, no, it was Korea first. Korea was first.
Korea was...
It was 1950.
Yeah.
That was 1950.
Say that again.
I said, what was the first foreign war?
Outside of
that we just initiated, that we just went into after World War II. Because World War II, we were dragged into. We didn't want to go to World War One. Propaganda got us into World War One.
Yeah, that sinking of
and
two. Yeah.
But what got us into the foreign war empire business was Korea.
Okay.
And then from there, then imperialism from the United States started rocking and rolling at that point.
When did Kissinger come on the scene? Because
Kissinger was in the '60s, and he was vice president in 1970 with Nixon.
He was Nixon's cabinet member.
Well, no, it was the '60s, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the '60s.
It was the '60s.
It was Nixon's cabinet member.
Yeah. That was when Council of Foreign Relations got set up, and they started really like ramping up imperialism. But before that, they weren't trying to push and become this superpower, but they took on that mantle once Britain fell. Once Britain fell, then the U.S. came in and took their piece of it. And for damn sure Stalin was going for his eye. So the United States took control and monitoring from West Germany west. West Germany west, Russia had East Germany east. And England died on their bed. A painful death because they were just economically broken.
Yeah.
And they were overspent and they couldn't pay to maintain the empire anymore. But this is all prophecy in sacred damn Ezra, chapter 12.
And
who would have thunk it?
And they left countries burning. I saw a video the other day that said British caused the most wreckage.
Yes.
All the world
when they left.
All the world's issues is because of Britain.
Yes. Because when they left everything in chaos.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to leave India. I don't give a damn that the Hindus and the Islam people lived in harmony for years. Now we're gonna create some set triplets in there. So we're leaving at this time, but you got to sit back here and go on this west, Pakistanians. If you're gonna sit back and be about Islam, you got to go to the west.
Yep.
Uproot your people and go over there. Hindu, go to the right. So if you were Hindu and stayed on the west and didn't want to leave, you were getting persecuted and killed. And vice versa. And they had the whole world divided up that way to maintain their control and just leave it all in chaos with the hopes that they can control it from a distance.
Promise Palestine to the Palestinians and Israelis.
And the French.
They
gave it to the French too. They just don't tell you that. They created all this chaos. And then they sit back and let you leave. They don't care. It didn't matter.
Left China with an opioid addiction.
Yep. Didn't care. Because we got to sit back here and we want our tea for cheap. We want our tea for cheap. We're gonna sell this. We're gonna sell this opium bam bam out. We're gonna sell this opium bam bam and make this.
Do you have any bamba?
Listen, they gonna sell opium bam bam out and get your tea for free or for some cheap prices out and call it a day.
Call that new kung fu.
Yeah, listen. There was this movie called Ricky Bobby. He says, "Listen, man, newsflash. There is a kilo of Colombian bam bam under your car. You better drive." It was just funny. It was just funny when it says bam bam. What does bam bam mean?
Yeah.
They're leaving opium bam bam and got them all addicted out so they can control the Chinese. They just created chaos everywhere they went.
They're very devious.
Yeah.
Yes, but they did it. They finesse it.
Yeah.
Then they sit back here and they give for instance, India. They taught the Indians how to run parliament. But the top guy in parliament was an Edomite. Would give everybody else positions in the middle of it. And the Edomite would teach them how to run parliament.
It's a game.
So who's making the decisions in parliament? But it's Indian parliament.
Yeah.
It's Indian parliament, but the white man is going to teach you how to run your country.
And they left.
That's what they did in all these countries.
Yeah, that's why you had Africans still wearing wigs, blonde wigs,
yes,
in their government.
Yes, because you're going to learn how we do it, and we're going to teach you how to do it.
That's very true.
So we're going to sit back here and
crazy.
But we're going to promote the guys. We want to take the spot anyway and teach them how we want to teach them, but we don't got to be here.
Yep.
We can run it and get paid, but make you think you're doing something and make you feel good about working for us. That's why the British were the best at that.
Yep.
They were the best at finesse pimping out.
Yeah,
they were the best at finesse pimping out.
They destroyed Kenya. They caused civil war between the Kikuyu tribes of Kenya.
Yep.
And they used to stick boil it. They would boil eggs and shove them up women's private parts and men's bottoms, and they would torture them. They would torture you if you didn't believe in their system. They wanted coffee. They wanted Kenyan coffee. They wanted Kenyan lands and Kenyan plateaus with all the resources of Kenya, and they massacred. It was a massacre in Kenya, but they don't talk about it. It was only after a Edomite woman wrote a book about it called the Gulags of Kenya. Did they give reparations to and admit that there was a massacre in Kenya, and so the British was very clandestine in their sabotage of other countries.
Listen, they literally tried to sit back here and back the South to break the North. It's the same concept. The funny thing is that they talked about how Abraham Lincoln kind of outed them out because the British had been outspoken about slavery for years leading up to this. And then Lincoln sat back here and said, yeah, the British are sitting back here back in the South. But and that means the British are pro-slavery. And when they kind of threw that out there in the media, And then the word got back to Britain that the Brits were back in slavery. They had to kind of back down and kind of operate in the dark eye. Because the Brits were the ones who instituted no slavery.
Right.
Because they had created a better financial plan to, guys, we're too much talking. We in class. Just trying to say something. I'm not saying it's any person. It's just too much clutter back there. So, all this was happening. And the British are behind all that stuff. They're behind all of that. So let's finish this up. Verse 26.
Verse 26. And whereas thou sawest that the great head appeared no more, it signifieth that one of them shall die upon his bed, and yet with pain.
The one that died was the British Empire. Read on.
For the two that remain shall be slain with the sword.
The two that remain was Britain and the U.S. And the two that remains is Russia and the United States. He says they're going to be slain by the sword. Read on.
For the sword of the one shall devour the other.
So who is going to be the one that devours the other? This is prophetically saying Russia is going to take out the United States at the end. Read on.
But at the last...
You know why? Because when you read Revelations, who is the last beast to stand? You have the first beast. It said the beast had the head of a... Read it. Hold this. Go to Revelations 13. Got to go here so we know that Awards is not talking crap about Russia, because he must be a Putin fanboy or something like that. Read Revelations chapter 12. You know people like, this guy just likes Putin. That's all he is. He's just pro Putin. Where's his Russian flag?
Get a jersey with a friend.
Yeah. Read Revelations chapter 13 and 1 and 2.
Revelation chapter 13, verse 1.
It's remarkable how all these chapters tie into the same concept and prophecy. They're just written from different people, and different imagery is focused on others versus others. Read that.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea.
Meaning the nations. The sea represents nations. You can prove that by going to Revelation 17:15, but we're not going to go there. Read on.
And saw a beast rise up out of the sea.
A nation, a kingdom come out of the nations. Read on.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
When we read about whether it's the 8 contrary feathers or the 7 heads, they're just 7 empires of the Edomite nation that had their run on the earth. Read on.
And upon his horns 10 crowns.
10 crowns, because these 10 horns or these 10 lower level nations have had their power or influence over the ages. And they had different power as they're backing the actual head. So these
10 common markets.
10 common markets, NATO. I like to say NATO.
Or European Economic Communities.
Yes, ECC, or just NATO. Because NATO sits back here and backs the head. Okay? And all throughout history, whether it was Britain, you had other tributaries, like the Romans name, that backed Rome. You have tributaries that back Britain or France and so forth and so on. Read on.
And upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
Read on.
And the beast...
The blasphemy is just their policy that they run by, they operate by. Okay, read on.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard.
So now, John is sitting back here saying, this beast looked like a leopard. Why does it look like a leopard? Because it resembled that same leopard that we read in what? Daniel chapter 7, verse 3, where the leopard was the one that was the Greek Empire. So it said it looked like the leopard, because the Greeks was the beginning of the Edomite nation on earth. Read on.
And his feet were as the feet of a bear.
What does the feet represent? The end. It's the foundation or the end. So it says the end of this beast, the feet looks like a what?
A bear.
So what and who is the symbol of the bear that is an Edomite nation? It's the Ruskies. They are the end of the Edomite nation. So, if we're connecting this to 2nd Ezra chapter 12, we know that out of these 3 heads, Britain fell on their bed, a painful, slow death. And the 2 remaining was United States and Russia. And then it says they're going to be both slain with the sword. But it says, for the sword of the one shall devour the other. So one kingdom's gonna get wiped out by the other one. So if we're reading in Revelations 13 and 2 that the bear is the end of the Edomite Empire, that means America falls by the Russians. And then if they're both going to be slain with the sword, then who's going to destroy Russia? If America falls. If Russia takes out the United States, then who's going to take out Russia? Christ.
Because he's at the end.
Because he's the one that wipes them out.
And then that matches with Daniel chapter 2 when he said the stone that was not made with hands is going to smite the image at the feet, at the toes, and break the whole image in pieces.
The toes, the latter end of the Roman Empire.
It's the tail end of the beast.
Or the eagle, or the beast, whatever you want to call it. He comes and wipes out Russia at the end, the feet.
At the toes.
It all ties in. You see it? Read on in Revelations.
Revelation chapter 13 and verse. You want to do 2 again or 3?
Yeah, give me 2.
And the beast which I saw was like unto the leopard, and his feet were like as the feet of a bear.
This beast looked like the Greeks, and the end looked like the Russians. Read on.
And his mouth as the mouth of a lion.
The mouth was the mouth of a lion, which is done with the British banking system that is in control of strategy, finances. It's really the heart and soul of the entire beast. It's the mind. Listen, who controls the mouth? What controls the mouth? The mind. So who's the mind of this beast? Are the elites, the power brokers that are the movers and shakers, whether it's the elites that are moving and pushing and dictating policy for the United States, or in the past it was Britain, or before that it was France, or later on it's going to be Russia.
They call the shots.
They're the ones who are calling the shots and making the moves. That makes the beast move how it's supposed to move. Read on.
WHO.
Done.
World Health Organization. All of them.
All of them. And the people, don't forget, when you really read about the wicked are behind the scenes. People can say, yeah, you read all throughout Job. Job really gives clarity on what the wicked is. The wicked ain't, listen, we know Bill Gates is wicked and Klaus Schwab, they will eat bugs and love it. You know, all that we know. But there's people behind them that are making the real moves. You just don't see them. And that's scriptural. The wicked are the ones you don't know, you don't see, you just might hear about. They're the ones who are pulling the strings across the board. That's the mouth.
Those are the ones that don't get audited.
I know.
They don't get audited.
They're the ones who actually have gold in their reserves, and not paper fiat money. They're the ones who actually control property and land, and if this global reset was ever able to happen, they'd be the ones running things. Because truly, if you look at society, the way it's going back to is British serfdom, where you had your lords and your controlling elite, and everybody else was just bodies working to sustain the serfdom. That was the goal to set this up from the beginning, and to wipe anybody else out that can't support
feudal system.
The elites. Yeah, it was the plan of this is to go back to feudalism. Okay, but in a way that the people would want it and accept it versus fight against it.
You will own nothing and be happy.
Or you will eat bugs and be happy. It's the same damn difference. So we see this. So that's where the mouth of the lion is. Read on.
And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority.
Satan gave him the power. Just like when you read in Luke, when Satan took Christ to a mountain and said, hey man, I can give you all this. I can give you this whole world because the world was given to me. You just got to bend your knees and serve me and worship me, and I'll give you the entire world. Didn't he say that in Luke 4?
Yeah.
It's the same concept here. So he says these elites and this Edomite kingdom has been given his power and authority through Satan. And when you tie this into 2 Corinthians 11, the Most High gave it to Satan to give to who he wanted. So who gave it in the first place?
Is that CBS eye? That's that pyramid eye?
Whatever you
all-seeing eye,
the all-seeing eye, the Rockefeller eye.
All of it.
Yeah.
But the Most High gave it to Satan to give it to his people that he represents. And they run the roost. And that's the beast. Now let's go back to 2 Ezra 12 real quick and get back to 27 and 28.
2nd Ezra chapter 12 and verse 27. For the two that remain shall be slain with the sword. For the sword of the one shall devour the other.
Russia will eventually win this war, and America will fall. And we're close. Read on.
But at the last shall he fall through the sword himself.
Yep. Listen, they're going to war. They're going to fall through the sword, but they're just going to be fighting Christ. Because you can take this and connect it with Ezekiel 37, 38, or 38, 39. 38, 39. And it talks about how, right, when Russia, the end of the Ottoman Empire, ends up focusing on hurting us, is when Christ comes back to wipe them out. And that's they're going to try to sit back and put the sword on us, and they're going to fall. And that's how that plays out. It's closer than it looks. That's why we talked about earlier about Israel and Israel sitting back here and not fighting for one another and all that stuff, bro. We're going to be put in a situation where we got to depend on one another. And when this thing flips upside down, we better be ready, because it's coming. Because once this place falls apart, there's going to be laws put in place to subjugate us.
They're already considering doing martial law in certain cities. They're implementing martial law in certain cities because of the supposed, the looting, the fighting. You don't really hear about this, but a reservist or a National Guard member just shot an American citizen, shot a driver that was trying to run through a barricade, or he said he was driving through a barricade. But when you got domestic soldiers killing citizens, it won't be long before this thing turn up, man. They've already been given green lights to use deadly force on citizens.
So why is this important? Because we can sit back here and smile about the fall of Esau and the fall of America. That's all fine and dandy. But you forgot about the other part. Where after that happens, they're coming for you. And are you ready to sit back here and have you done enough work? Have you made enough changes? Have you committed enough to be defended? Have you done enough? Have you served enough? Have you sacrificed enough for the Most High to look after you when it really counts? That's why the Most High says the day of the Lord is darkness and not light. It's darkness and not light. We see it coming, and we can see it clear as day. We know Russia's going to get it. They're going to win. We know that. We know the end. But how is it going to end for you?
Yeah.
How is it going to turn out for you? What side are you going to be on when everything's said and done? Listen, this is why, y'all, we always push accountability. You get these Monday classes, and they're doom and gloom. It feels like it's pressure. It's pressure Monday. It's stress Wednesday. It's accountability Friday. Why? We better get Israel. We're better off pushing Israel as far right as possible. Because wouldn't you rather have that and know that you push yourself as much as you can when real fear hits you? How many days of no food is it going to take for you to sit back and say, damn, man, I hope I did enough? Is the Most High going to come through for me? Because when you're hungry and water's low and you're public enemy number one, that's when you got to ask yourself real questions. Did I do enough? Am I really going to be protected? When I had opportunities to serve, did I? We can sit back and debate if sword of truth is extreme and overboard, and okay, well, listen, we can do that all damn day long. But I tell you what, I'd rather be the guy that said I maxed myself out. Lord, whatever you do, I can live with the result. Wouldn't you rather that be the case? Versus you sitting back here biting your fingernails and stressing out because you sat back here and you sat when you should have pushed. You didn't give and you took and you didn't consider. You weren't humble. Would you rather? Do you want to live in that space?
Like you said, do all things without disputing and murmuring.
Yeah.
You want to sit back and be known as the person who complain about everything, but now when you really need the Most High, you're not sure if you did enough. You want to live that way? I don't want to live that way. So we push Israel. We try to get Israel to be as accountable as possible to protect ourselves. But I wasn't expecting to go into this Ezra, but it's always good to like get sharp in it, man. I enjoy it because there's no doubt about what it's saying. We know it's Russian. We know the United States are the last two empires, and we're at this very end because when NATO gets boots in the ground in a few months, bro, we're here, man.
Yep.
We're here. Because once that happens, then it's just a matter of time before the U.S. gets boots in the ground.
Because they're desperate. They're desperate.
Because their empire is falling. You know why they're desperate? You got small countries like Burkina Faso is kicking out Frenchies out. They're kicking out, the countries are kicking out foreign governments. That's unheard of. You got African countries kicking out foreign governments out and saying, listen, we'll call Russia on you. What? Maduro's sitting back here saying, bring them on. I just called Russia. They're going to send us X amount of thousand military missile defense systems. We got missile defense systems from Russia coming. Iran saying, we doing deals with China and Russia to get missile defense, upgrade our zones, upgrade our warheads. They said, Iran said, we're getting Iskander missiles from Russia. What? What are they saying? Listen, bro, you're not going to just push us around no more. We're done. Iran's done getting pushed around. Venezuela's done getting pushed around. Listen, the rest of the world is talking crazy. They're talking reckless, Act. They're talking reckless. They're taking pictures with Putin. Listen, I saw this meeting with all the African nations like in Russia, smiling, and they was giving handshakes, and you had Hamites wearing cowboy hats. I'm like, what are these niggas doing?
Yeah.
It just looked weird. They was wearing Bamified gear, but it was why? What kind of country Bamified outfit was this? You get to see the different countries. They just out of touch with style.
Yeah.
They're out here with these country hats and weird looking outfits, but they're all out here hanging out with Putin. Like what's going on here?
And he's giving them boldness because it's one more country, not just Burkina Faso and Malawi and Niger, but it's another country that just recently nationalized their resources.
Done.
And they said, listen, no more exports of our resources to Europe.
But you can only talk madness if you got somebody to back you.
Yeah.
You can't talk this craziness if you ain't got no superpower giving you weapons. Nobody was talking this 10 years ago. Were they?
Nope.
They was getting mollywopped out here and around the world. They was getting molly. Listen, funny thing was even Gaddafi had Russia backing for a little bit, and that didn't protect him. That didn't even protect him. Now everybody's talking smack, saying no, hell no. We riding with Russia. I saw Levi in Haiti dancing with Russian flags. Like, what the hell's going on here, right? You got Haitians dancing with Russian,
Yeah.
Like what?
People are picking sides.
But they're picking sides, and they're like, we have a way out. We don't got to sit back here and be under this imperialistic place. Can you imagine if Maduro locks in and takes a couple blows and doesn't fall? Can you imagine what would happen?
He's going to strengthen every other
Trump,
country.
that's my point. Trump is tripping. Because if you're going to do this, you better bring 100,000 deep and bring your best. Because if you lose here, you're going to look like a sucker in front of the whole world.
He's already looking like a sucker. You know, remember he said,
Yes.
I'm going to give Russia 24 hours to make a decision. And then he said, I'm going to give them 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
Then he said, I'm going to give them, we're going to reconvene at about summertime.
They said the same thing about China and these tariffs the first time. We're going to sit back here, we're going to get a 500% tariff. And all of a sudden, within 2 days, they talk to him on the side that we're going to push it back for a little bit.
We're going to, yeah.
Like, what y'all look like? But you look like a sucker.
You call it, they call it your bluff.
But this is worse. This would be worse. It's one thing to play economic. What's that? What's that? Poker. But it's that when you drive and run in front of somebody, and you driving fast. What's it called?
Chicken.
Yes, you can play chicken all damn day long on the economics. You gonna sit back and send men to Venezuela and then leave without a W? That don't look good. How you gonna spend that? The drug dealers won. What? Then all of a sudden, if Venezuela starts feeling kind of kind of like loose, Cuba gonna start getting like this again. Because I don't know if you heard, United States, Russia's sending weapons back to Cuba again. And Nicaragua. You know there's a Russian military base in Nicaragua? Listen, the world's doing this. We're gonna sit back here and get something too. We want that smoke too. If Venezuela wins, it's on. Or if they just hold their own. They don't gotta win. They just can't lose. If they don't lose, and the United States is bogged down in Venezuela, bro, that's an L. That looks bad.
Maduro's already showing off his Chinese Huawei phones. Yeah. And they said, man, the Chinese hooked me up with this.
Yeah, he ain't playing. He don't got no Bronco phones in his hands.
I don't need no
He switched it. He switched from Motorola to a Huawei phone.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. But that's the point. What is he doing this for?
He's showing off the world. I'm not scared.
I'm not scared. Listen, he might take it. He might lose. But if he doesn't, that's a problem. If he doesn't, you got Traore smiling, making money, making moves. Like, bro, like what's going on here? All you're doing is building confidence for everybody else to say no. We don't got to fold. And then once that happens, now escalate. Now it's a world war because it's one way versus another way.
So everybody just picking sides, like
that's all. They're putting their feet in the dirt, and they say, "This is it." That's where we're heading. With that, we're going to send our prayers to the Most High and pray that He will be there for us when it matters the most. Imagine we'll point out Yerusha Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Hey.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh,
in the name of Yahweh,
please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always and forever. Amen. Yahweh B'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Blessed are
you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light to see.
Blessed are you, B'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Blessed are you, B'Shem Yahshai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph.
In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamayawa.
Hamayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Dam.
Dam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atawab.
Atawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Asaquan.
Asaquan.
Zaquan.
Zaquan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayirad.
Shayirad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Marawathiwa.
Marawathiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Ramwan.
Ramwan.
Shayirad.
Shayirad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Aroria.
Aroria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kayab.
Kayab.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ah. Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
I. Havalam.
Havalam.
Basham Yahushua.
Hashem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wachnawa.
Wachnawa.
Washralim.
Washralim.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wachnawa.
Wachnawa.
Washralim.
Washralim.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wachnawa.
Wachnawa.
Washralim.
Washralim.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wachnawa.
Wachnawa.
Washralim.
Washralim.
Wabiath.
Wabiath.
Support. Rakta Yahweh.
Rakta Yahweh.
Rakta Yahushua.
Rakta Yahushua.
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 All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From Yahweh.
From Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
The water.
Miyat.
Miyat. Man.
Aman.
Circle up. You want to do it? All right.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Wakoya Sha'ala, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakam.
Kum Yashal,
Kum Yashal.
Kum Yashal,
Kum Yashal.
Kum Yashal,
Kum Yashal.
That's my top. Two of his sisters.
Sisters, please stand.
Sisters, please stand.
Abam Shabbat.
Amajim Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Barakam Hashem Yahushua. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Voila. Israel at the water tuning in. Love y'all. Y'all stay strong. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.